Chapter 3242. In the core area of the God's Prison District, the darkness had long disappeared. Dozens of cultivators gathered here, and they were all very surprised. Wasn't this place shrouded in darkness? Wasn't there a terrifying life form in the darkness? Why did they all disappear now? All the cultivators who were trapped here knew the dangers of the core area of the God's Prison District very well, so they wouldn't go near it at all. Although they were trapped in the God's Prison District like prisoners, it was better to live than to die, especially when they were contaminated and corroded by the terrifying monsters in the darkness. It was more miserable than death. It was also because of this that no one except Chunzong knew about the changes in the core area of the God's Prison District. Now that they saw it, they were so shocked. They all looked at Chunzong with many questions, but Chunzong didn't explain anything, and he didn't need to explain. If he told the truth, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Chunzong's expression was solemn as he stood at the center of the 18 evil, suppressing divine pillars. His mind was focused to the limit as his eyes flickered like stars. The power in his body was immediately mobilized and surged towards his hands like flowing water. Hand seals. Chunzong's 10 fingers moved in condensed hand seals, which floated in the air and emitted bursts of sacred light. Each hand seal looked different, like jumping runes, which were actually formed by the ancient gods' language. This was the divine protection secret art. As Chunzong's hands continued to form hand seals, talisman seals flew out and fell on the evil suppressing god pillars. When the talisman seals accumulated to a certain extent, the evil suppressing god pillars suddenly trembled, and the lines on the pillars seemed to come alive and burst out bursts of light. The light was bright, but not dazzling. As Chunzong continued to form talisman seals, the light on the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars became brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into 18 true suns, which floated in all directions and slowly rotated around Chunzong. Chunzong looked solemn, and his strength was constantly consumed. The last talisman seal was formed. Open! Chunzong shouted at the same time. In an instant, the 18 white, true suns spun faster and faster, as if they were going to separate the two worlds. Then the 18 true suns soared into the sky and collided with each other in the air, exploding. The sound was mighty, and endless light swept out, swallowing everything in its path. When the light gradually dissipated, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars had turned gray. They were mottled, as if they had been eroded by the vicissitudes of time. Above them, a slowly rotating silver-gray vortex appeared. As the vortex rotated, it was like a drill that constantly drilled into the depths of space, opening up a path. Everyone, don't forget your great Tao oath. Chunzong stood below the silver-gray vortex that was about 10 meters in size. His eyes swept across the area like a god as he spoke in a clear voice. After that, Chunzong gestured for Sword Saint Wu Sha, Wang Yi, Swords God, and the others to come over. They directly rushed into the silver-gray vortex and disappeared as if they had been swallowed. Let's go. Let's go. We can finally go back. We can finally leave this damn place. The other cultivators were stunned at first. Then they were overjoyed and excited. They immediately rushed over and rushed into the silver-gray vortex. Without any obstruction, they disappeared into the silver-gray vortex. In just a few breaths, dozens of cultivators had all left, leaving only the empty core. In the next moment, a cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars and spread continuously, covering every inch of the pillars. Falling, collapsing. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars collapsed on the ground. As the evil-suppressing god pillars collapsed, the silver-gray vortex that was constantly rotating in the sky fluctuated continuously. It gradually distorted and finally collapsed into nothingness. Darkness seemed to be spreading and shrouding the entire God Prison District. It was empty, as if it had fallen into the depths of space and gradually disappeared. In the chaos universe, outside of the lost God land, a ripple suddenly appeared. It was as if something had emerged from the depths of the void. The ripple became denser and denser. Layer after layer of ripples spread out like ripples. A vortex also appeared. It kept spreading out until it finally stopped at a diameter of 10 meters. It was a silver-gray vortex that was 10 meters in size. In the next moment, a few rays of light flew out of the vortex and appeared in the void of the chaotic universe, revealing their figures. It was Chunzong and the others. Following that, streaks of light continuously shot out from the silver-gray vortex, manifesting into figures in the void. They were the cultivators who had left the God Prison District. Is this the void? This feeling is wonderful. Primordial chi, rich and pure primordial chi of heaven and earth. The cultivators were very excited. The primordial chi in the God Prison District was thin and messy. They did not dare to absorb it at all. Otherwise, they would be contaminated and become chaotic. Eventually, they would turn into monsters and demons and disappear into the darkness. It was very likely that they would become food for the terrifying monsters in the darkness. Now, they had finally left the God Prison District, left the cage, and returned to the void. This long-awaited feeling was wonderful. Everyone, I suggest that you stay away from each other, Shenzong reminded them. Because these people have been trapped in the God Prison District for at least a few decades, or at most a few centuries. They could not improve their cultivation, but their cultivation realm had been improving. Now that they had returned to the void, they could absorb the primordial chi and improve their cultivation realm. When these people gathered together, there was not enough primordial chi to go around. Spread out. They immediately spread out. When they were far away from each other, they immediately operated their cultivation techniques and began to absorb the primordial chi. With a boom, a series of shocking sounds suddenly rang out, shaking the void. A large amount of primordial chi gathered from all directions, surging like a long river. It constantly flowed into the cultivators' bodies and was devoured and refined by them. It was converted into their own cultivation, causing their cultivation to improve continuously. It was as if a storm was raging. After some time, everything finally quieted down. These people's cultivation had improved to the extreme of the true saint realm. They might not be able to be listed on the real chaotic ranking, but their strength was not weak. They were considered strong in the true saint realm. A few of them had the strength to be listed on the real chaotic ranking. It was foreseeable that there would be an obvious change in the real chaotic ranking when they adapted to the void again. However, this had nothing to do with Chunzong, and he did not want to pay attention to it. Chunzong began to leave the Maze God realm with Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi. He flew towards the nearest void city and then to Universe City. Leave. One by one, they left. When Chunzong returned to the void, he reconnected with his incarnation in Taihao Mountain and learned about the current situation. 10 years. 10 years had passed since he entered the Divine Prison District. Chunzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only 10 years. In the Divine Prison District, the passage of time was not as clear as in the outside world. Therefore, he often did not have an accurate judgment and could only roughly feel. Fortunately, his feeling was not wrong, and the difference in time was not big. Everything was fine in the past 10 years, and Taihao Mountain did not encounter any danger. In fact, compared to the entire chaotic universe, 10 years was actually very short. Chunzong used the Space-Time Temple's Space-Time Teleportation Array to continuously teleport again and again. He did not hesitate to consume chaotic divine crystals. In fact, Chunzong had more than a dozen Saint Origin crystals. If he sold them, he could exchange them for tens of millions of chaotic divine crystals. After arriving at Taihao Mountain, Chunzong introduced Wang Yi to the people of Taihao Mountain. From then on, Wang Yi was one of the elders of Taihao Mountain. There was also a small change in the internal positions of Taihao Mountain. Saints could only be Outer Mountain elders, and only true saints could be Inner Mountain elders. Currently, there were only 2 Inner Mountain elders in Taihao Mountain. They were Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi. As for Outer Mountain elders, there were more than a dozen of them. This did not mean that there were only a dozen saints in Taihao Mountain. It was just that those who were older and had lower potential, basically having no hope of reaching the true saint realm, will be outer mountain elders. As for those younger saints with higher potential, they would become inner mountain disciples and be distinguished from the outer mountain disciples. Taihao Mountain was gradually growing stronger. After settling Wang, Sword Saint Wuxia did not leave Taihao Mountain. The training this time was very exciting and was enough for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. At least, he would not have to think about going out to train for decades or even centuries. These decades or even centuries would be enough for Sword Saint Wuxia's cultivation and strength to improve further. Chunzong's original body did not stay in Taihao Mountain for long. After a short period of time, he set off again to the Lingwu sacred world because his father and the others were there. 10 years had passed. He wondered how Chunin was doing. Compared to whether Chun and had comprehended the truth of the Great Path and broken through to the true saint realm, Chunzong was more concerned about Chun An's current situation. Elder Wang, I'll have to trouble you with some matters of Taihao Mountain, Chunzong said to Wang Yi before leaving. Don't worry, Mountain Lord, Wang Yi replied seriously. Wang Yi was now a true saint realm expert who had reached the perfection realm. He was very powerful, much more powerful than Sword Saint Wuxia. Chunzong speculated that Wang Yi should have the strength to make it to the true chaotic ranking. With such strength and the fact that he had refined an even more powerful incarnation, it was enough to guard Taihao Mountain. In addition, Chunzong also sold Saint Origin crystals to the treasure house. Of course, he did not sell all of them, only a part of them. He also ordered a Chaos Saint Weapon Longsword from the treasure house. He requested a Chaos Saint Weapon Longsword of the same style, just like a set. There were such longswords, but they were relatively rare and their quality was relatively ordinary among the Chaos Saint weapons. 100 of them. Chunzong ordered 100 standard Chaos Saint Weapon Longswords and paid 1,000,000 Chaos Divine Crystals as a deposit. He was only waiting for the treasure house's notice. In addition, Chunzong also went to the Heaven's Secret Tower to exchange information about the original universe and ancient god clan with the Heaven's Secret Tower. Now, Chunzong set off for the void where the Lingwu sacred world was. He was extremely fast, much faster than when he entered the Divine Prison District. Chapter 32-43. In the Lingwu sacred world, Chunzong had returned. 10 years wasn't a long time, but Yunyanxin couldn't help but feel a little worried because they couldn't contact Chunzong for 10 years. Now that Chunzong had returned, the worry disappeared. After meeting with Yunyanxin, Chunzong asked about Chun An's situation. Xiaovan met a girl, Yunyanxin said with a smile. Chunzong was slightly stunned, but he also smiled. Chun was now in his early 30s. For ordinary people, this was the time when they were about to enter middle age. It was normal for them to start a family, and those who were younger already had 1 or 2 children. Of course, compared to cultivators, 30 years old was nothing. They were still very young. But no matter what, 30 years was considered a mature person, except for those who were sheltered. Was Chun a sheltered flower? Of course not. When he was 10 years old, he was brought by Chunzong to fight many life and death battles with the ancient demon clan. After that, he began to train independently in the Lingwu sacred world. He wasn't someone who could be compared to those sheltered flowers. In fact, Chunzong and Yunyanxin had named their child Chunin, hoping that he would be safe. However, they wouldn't lock him up at home. Instead, they would bring him to experience some things and let him know more about the world and the universe. They would let him train and improve. How could one be truly safe? It was very simple. Only strength. If one was strong enough, they could control their own fate and keep themselves safe. Otherwise, even if they stayed in a certain place and lived like a prince, they wouldn't know when danger would befall them. Once danger befell them, they wouldn't be able to deal with it if they didn't have enough strength. They would die in the midst of danger. The girl Chanan met was the daughter of the head of a small family in the Lingwu sacred world. They were still in the process of getting along with each other, but they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship. Chunzong and Yunyanxin had no intention of interfering. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. They would let Chunin do whatever he wanted. If he could succeed, he would. If he couldn't, then so be it. There was no need to force him. Chunzong and Yun Yinxin both trusted Chun, and because he was their child. Although they had to worry about what they should, there were some things that they really didn't need to worry about. After staying on Bewildering Light Island with Yun Yinxin, Chunzong did not need to continue traveling around the Lingwu sacred world for the time being. This was because the 10 years in the Divine Prison District had given Chunzong a lot of training. The cultivation of the ancient god armor refining technique has reached a bottleneck. Chunzong thought to himself, my ancient god sword armor can only be at the soldier level. It can't be upgraded to the general level at all. After all, he was a human after all. There was a huge difference between him and the ancient god clan. They were two completely different races. The reason why he could cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique was because of the bone fragment left behind by the ancient god king as a primer. After refining it, he used the giant god core of the giant clan, which was related to the ancient god clan, as the price to finally cultivate the soldier-level ancient god armor. If Chunzong had the bloodline of the ancient god clan, then not only could he cultivate the soldier-level ancient god armor, but he could also continue to upgrade the level of the ancient god armor. In addition, he could also cultivate the secret skills of the ancient god clan, and so on. Unfortunately, Chunzong was a human without any bloodline of the ancient god clan. It was already a good opportunity for him to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique and cultivate the ancient god armor. Since the giant god core of the giant clan can help cultivate the ancient god armor, then if I want to continue upgrading the ancient god armor, will I need the power of other races related to the ancient god clan? Chunzong thought to himself. From the Tianji Tower, Chunzong exchanged information about the ancient god clan for information about other races of the universe epics. There were people in the chaotic universe who were dedicated to the study of the prehistoric universe epics, but they had not studied the ancient god universe epics. That was still an unknown field. Therefore, although the information about the ancient god clan that Chunzong took out for exchange was very simple and one-sided, it was enough to exchange for information about several prehistoric universe epics. However, if he wanted to further exchange for more detailed information, he had to give more information. Regarding this, the Tianji Tower also acted as an intermediary and informed other practitioners who specialized in the study of the prehistoric universe epics. After contacting them, they would naturally get in touch with Chunzong. Celestial Universe Opportunity, Demon Man Universe Epics, Giant Universe Epics. Chunzong thought to himself. This was the information that he had exchanged from the Tianji Tower, but it was only one-sided information that was not so detailed. Of course, the information that Chunzong took out about the ancient god universe epics was also one-sided. It was normal to exchange one-sided information. Now, he just had to wait for someone to exchange more detailed information with Chunzong. Celestial beings and demon men, are they related to the ancient god clan, just like the giant? Chunzong could not help but speculate secretly. If that was the case, it meant that he had to search for the traces of celestial beings and demon men, find their relics, and find the power in them, such as the giant god battle technique and the giant god core, to assist the practice of the ancient god armor refining technique and improve the level of the ancient god sword armor. Since the information was limited and the ancient god sword armor could not be improved further, Chunzong could only put it aside for the time being and focus on the comprehension of the single-hearted swordsmanship, the 100 Swords art, and the Divine Protection Secret art. The main function of the Divine Protection Secret art was to control the evil-suppressing God Pillar. Now, Chunzong had already used the Divine Protection Secret art to control the evil-suppressing God Pillar at the core of the Divine Prison District. It broke open the space of the Divine Prison District, opened the connection with the Void, and left the Divine Prison District. Now, the Divine Prison District had sunk into the depths of the Void and could no longer be entered. Even the evil, chaotic consciousness in the Maze Realm had disappeared. Why would there be an evil, chaotic consciousness in the Maze Realm? Chunzong now knew that it was because of primordial Wretch God. Even when he was suppressed, he would constantly emit wretched and chaotic fluctuations of will. After countless years of infiltration, that wretch god aura had gradually spread out of the god penitentiary district and into the lost god realm, where it could contaminate cultivators. Now, the primordial evil god had dispersed its power, and the source of abomination was suppressed in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. Without its source, the evil chaotic consciousness would rapidly dissipate and eventually disappear without a trace. The current lost god realm was no longer as dangerous as before, but there were still some fortuitous encounters left behind. However, as the divine prison district disappeared, the maze realm would also collapse. It was only a matter of time. On Maze Light Island, Chunzong's consciousness sank into a sea of consciousness and condensed into a body of consciousness. He stood outside the 18 glowing, evil-suppressing god pillars and stared at the source of abomination. "Let me out, and I will grant you eternal power." The source of abomination hadn't given up and kept trying to tempt Chunzong with the same few words. Chunzong ignored the source of abomination and carefully observed the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars weren't real, but condensed from the power of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars in the core of the divine prison district. It was equivalent to condensing more than half of the essence of the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to suppress the source of abomination. Chunzong had already cultivated the divine protection secret art to the extreme. Now, he was thinking about whether he could control the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars in his sea of consciousness to further erase the source of abomination. It would be best if he could destroy it. Could he do it? Chunzong wasn't sure. After all, even the ancient god clan couldn't do it and could only suppress it. Compared to the ancient god clan, he was insignificant. However, Chunzong didn't belittle himself. Through his many experiences, Chunzong knew that although strength was important, sometimes it also needed the corresponding wisdom. What a strong force couldn't do, a weak force might be able to do. For example, the stronger the force, the harder it was to have children. On the other hand, it was much easier for a weak creature to have children. As long as he had the heart and tried hard, he might be able to find a way to destroy the source of abomination. He observed carefully and compared it with the divine protection secret art, slowly comprehending and simulating it. Chunzong ignored all the temptations of the source of abomination. In the end, the source of abomination stopped tempting Chunzong and cursed him viciously. What kind of existence was the primordial evil god? It was an extremely evil existence. It could be said that it was the source of all evil. Being cursed by such an evil existence could be realized. However, the source of abomination was currently suppressed in the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars. Its curses couldn't affect Chunzong at all. After studying it again and again, Chunzong began to try. First, he transformed the evil-suppressing god pillars. He was a sword cultivator, so the most suitable one was the sword. Under the control of Chunzong's divine protection secret art, the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars began to shine brightly and quietly change inside. The source of abomination suddenly moved. It didn't speak, but carefully observed the changes in the surrounding evil-suppressing god pillars. Gradually, as the light of the evil-suppressing god pillars shone in all directions, the shape of the pillars also changed. In addition to the original divine fluctuations of the evil-suppressing god power, there was also a trace of a sharp aura that gradually grew stronger and spread out. The light gradually converged, and the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars also changed greatly, becoming 18 swords. This was no longer the evil-suppressing god pillars, but the evil-suppressing god swords. The evil-suppressing god swords that were transformed from the evil-suppressing god pillars had the divine, suppressing god power of the evil-suppressing god pillars. It could suppress evil, and it had also merged with Chunzong's sword intent, making it even more powerful. However, The 18 evil-suppressing god swords had just merged with Chunzong's sword intent, so their power didn't increase significantly. However, as Chunzong continued to merge his sword intent into them, the power of the evil-suppressing god swords would gradually increase, becoming stronger and stronger. Chunzong's idea was to transform the evil-suppressing god pillars into evil-suppressing god swords. This was the power he was most familiar with. Then, he would use this familiar power to suppress and destroy the source of abomination of the primordial evil god, and finally destroy it, completely eliminating the hidden danger in his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, if the source of abomination of the primordial evil god was entrenched in his sea of consciousness, Chunzong wouldn't feel at ease even if it was suppressed. Chapter 32-44 Lingwu's Sacred World, Bewildering Light Island. Chunzong was still meditating. His consciousness was immersed in his knowledge sea, condensing into a body of consciousness. Compared to before, this body of consciousness was much clearer and more solid. The power it contained was also much stronger. Sword intent. Powerful sword intent continued to fuse into the 18 evil, suppressing godly swords, causing their power to grow even stronger. Unease. Primordial fiend, god source of utmost evil, instinctively felt uneasy. This change didn't seem to be a good thing for it. It realized that ever since it met this puny human, it had been unlucky. First, it had to give up all its power to leave behind the source of utmost evil, then find a way to sneak into the human's knowledge sea. In the end, it fell into the evil-suppressing godly pillar suppression. Now, it seemed to be facing an even worse situation. I am the paramount god, undying and indestructible. Primordial fiend god source of utmost evil said. Even so, it couldn't get rid of the uneasiness it was feeling. Chunzong ignored primordial fiend god source of utmost evil and used his own sword intent to refine the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords, reaching the final step. The 18 evil-suppressing godly swords trembled. Sword cries resounded throughout the world as a shocking sword intent erupted. Success! A terrifying divine sword aura spread out, pressing down on primordial fiend god source of utmost evil, causing it to feel even more uneasy. Sky Sealing. Chunzong formed a seal with both hands and used the divine protection art to move the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords. 9 of them flew up and floated in the air. Danger Point. Chunzong continued to form seals with both hands. His expression was solemn. The other 9 evil-suppressing godly swords began to tremble and spin. 9 above, 9 below. A mysterious power spread out, causing primordial fiend god source of utmost evil to fly up unconsciously. The 18 evil-suppressing godly swords circled around it. Demon suppressing. As the last 2 words were shouted out, his entire sea of consciousness immediately trembled. The 18 evil-suppressing divine swords once again trembled at the same frequency, and the evil-suppressing immortal power that had fused with the sword intent was instantly pushed to the limit. The 18 evil-suppressing god pillars of the ancient god clan imprisoned primordial evil god, but they didn't use any array because the ancient god clan didn't know how to use arrays. Chunzong, on the other hand, suddenly had an idea. After turning the 18 evil-suppressing god pillars into evil-suppressing divine swords, he thought of an array. With a suitable formation, the 18 swords will be able to unleash their full power and suppress the source of extreme evil of primordial evil god. That was all Chunzong could think of at the moment. Therefore, he asked his incarnation to use the power of Taihao Mountain to search for relevant matrices that could suppress evil, preferably sword matrices. He spent a lot of money searching and finally found the great formation of Sealing Heaven Impasse. It sounded very intimidating, but in fact, it was just a formation that was more widely spread. It was more applicable. Of course, there were better formations, but they were very difficult to obtain. Generally, they were controlled by certain forces and would not be spread to the outside world. Zong used the 18 swords to set up the great formation of sealing heaven impasse, further suppressing primordial evil god source of extreme evil. Moreover, the evil-suppressing divine sword's tyrannical power combined with the array to slowly erase primordial evil god source of extreme evil. As expected, after the great formation of sealing heaven impasse was set up, the 18 swords' power was further developed and used. Primordial evil god source of extreme evil's uneasiness became a reality. It felt as if sword chi containing evil-suppressing immortal power were constantly shooting out and attacking. It felt as if there were more than one invisible swordsman wielding a sword coming at it. None of the swords could be dodged. Every one of them landed directly on primordial evil god source of extreme evil. Although none of the attacks were able to cause any obvious damage, it still felt uncomfortable. Moreover, as the attacks accumulated, the source of extreme evil would be damaged bit by bit. In the long run, its power would be constantly weakened until it reached the extreme. Primordial evil god was very anxious. As it withstood the attacks of the great formation of sealing heaven impasse, it kept thinking about how to break out of this situation. It didn't want to just sit and wait for death. But clearly, this puny human didn't listen to it at all. No matter what it said, it was useless. It just wouldn't listen. Otherwise, if it had cooperated with it from the beginning, it wouldn't have fallen to this point. Sensing the current state of primordial evil god source of extreme evil, Zong smiled. Although the efficiency was very low and slow, it was at least somewhat effective. In addition, the great formation of sealing heaven impasse was even more effective against primordial evil god source of extreme evil. It also ensured the safety of his sea of consciousness and further weakened the hidden dangers. After temporarily resolving the problem in his sea of consciousness, Zong breathed a sigh of relief and continued to comprehend sword arts. Previously, he had used all his origin primordial realm to deduce various methods until now. When he entered the Divine Prison District, Zong had comprehended the 33rd sword of the single-hearted sword art. In the Divine Prison District, he continued to comprehend it. The exchange with 100 Swords God was the most effective. They even exchanged their own unique sword arts. Now, Zong had comprehended the 34th and 35th swords. Now, he was starting to comprehend the 36th sword. The further he progressed in the single-hearted sword art, the more powerful each sword became. It kept stacking up and accumulating, becoming more and more terrifying. Now, the 35th sword was many times more powerful than the first sword. It was at least 10 times more powerful. If he continued to deduce the 37th or even the 40th sword, the difference would be many times greater. It wouldn't be surprising if it was 100 times more powerful in the end. As for Zong's current 5 killer moves, they all relied on the single-hearted sword art. The stronger the single-hearted sword art was, the stronger the 5 killer moves would be. As for fleeting youth, it was a little different. It still needed some time to accumulate power. In essence, it was not considered a killer move of the single-hearted sword art. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. On the bewildering light sea, Zong didn't use his cultivation, nor did he use his sword intent. He just swung his sword with ordinary power. Sword 36. This sword was the 36th sword of the single-hearted sword art. It was also a new sword that Zong had just deduced and mastered. When he swung his sword, it seemed to be a straight stab and a horizontal slash. The sword light suddenly flashed like an aurora and also like a bolt of lightning with dazzling brilliance. It tore through the sky in an instant, and a shocking sword mark appeared. The Lingwu sacred world was not what it used to be. It could withstand the power of a true saint without being damaged. However, the power of a true saint could also break the space of a Lingwu sacred world. Zong didn't use his sword intent or cultivation. It was a very ordinary sword. However, it contained the amazing mysteries of the single-hearted sword art. The power that erupted was actually not inferior to the full-strength attack of an ordinary true saint. An ordinary true saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chunzong felt the terrifying aura contained in the sword mark that was slowly healing. He couldn't help but secretly say, "If I use my cultivation and sword intent, the power of this sword will increase by dozens of times. An ordinary true saint will die upon touching it." Dying upon touching it meant that the immortal body of an ordinary true saint wouldn't work. This was because the existence of the immortal body depended on one's own power. If one's own power was exhausted, the power of the immortal body would also be ineffective. Such a sword could exhaust the power of an ordinary true saint and cause him to die immediately. How terrifying was that? Chunzong estimated that even a top true saint would most likely die on the spot in the face of such a sword. Only a true saint of the complete realm would be able to take the blow. Chunzong couldn't help but exhale. It turned out that his strength had unknowingly improved to such a level. The battle with God Emperor Yin had further stimulated his potential. The 30 years of traveling and comprehending in the Lingwu sacred world had further increased his strength. The 10 years in the divine prison district where he had been attacked by the primordial evil god's evil power and chaotic consciousness had made the mixed Yuan heart force purer and more powerful. His god's intent and sword intent had also become more resilient. Later on, he had received some inheritance from the ancient god king, and his consciousness had become purer. All these things had increased Chunzong's strength to the limit. Now, compared to Emperor Yin back then, I should be stronger, Chunzong thought to himself. He was very confident. Unless Emperor Yin had hidden his strength back then. However, if he had hidden his strength, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the joint attack of Chunzong and Heavenly God Gong. Chunin was now in his 40s, but he was still at the limit of the saint realm and hadn't broken through yet. Chunzong and Yunyanxin weren't in a hurry. In the entire chaotic universe, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend the truth of the great path and break through to the true saint realm before the age of 100. They either had heaven-defying aptitude or had heaven-defying opportunities. Chunin didn't have either. In fact, Chunan's aptitude could only be considered above average in the entire chaotic universe. He hadn't reached the highest level. As for Chunan's feelings, he was a little slow. He got along well with the girl from the small family, but he didn't break through the last layer of paper. Sometimes, Chunzong and Yunyanxin were worried about him. On this day, the Incarnation sent news that the new real chaotic ranking had been announced. As expected, there was a big change in the ranking. Elder Wang of Tai Hao Mountain was ranked 93rd on the real chaotic ranking. In addition, there were some new titles and names, all of which came from the Divine Prison District. What was even more astonishing was that the 100 Swords God had replaced the 5 Ultimate Sword God in the 2nd place, while the 5 Ultimate Sword God had fallen to the 3rd place. As a result, Chunzong's ranking fell again, from the 36th place to the 38th place. In addition to 100 Swords God, there was another person named Soul-Splitting Great Sage, who was ranked 25th. He was also a peerless expert from the Divine Prison District. It seems that 100 Swords God might have comprehended 100 swords as one, Chunzong secretly speculated. As for Chunzong himself, he didn't intend to break through to the real chaotic ranking for the time being. It was just a reputation, and there were no other special benefits to speak of. If there was a chance, Chunzong wouldn't mind breaking through. On this day, Chunzong received news from the Incarnation that the 100 chaotic saint weapons ordered by the treasure house had been delivered. After informing Yunyanxin, Chunzong left the Lingwu sacred world again. Chapter 3245. I just came back from outside. Here's the second update. Yuanzhan, Cosmos City, Treasure Tower. Sir Peerless Sword Saint. This sword is called Red Star. It's made from red light copper essence mixed with star trace iron. The person in charge of Treasure Tower picked up a long sword and said to Chunzong with a smile. He explained the materials used to make the sword and the craftsmanship. It was as if he had put in a lot of effort into it. The Red Star sword was about 1 meter long and 2.5 fingers wide. The body of the sword was light red, while the spine of the sword was red. Chunzong lifted the sword and flicked his finger. A clear and melodious sound of the sword rang out and spread around like a beautiful melody. There were a total of 100 such swords. Because they were only the most common Chaos Saint artifacts, they were sold for 300,000 Chaos Divine crystals each. 100 mouthfuls would require 30 million Chaotic Divine gems. It was a huge sum, a shocking sum. It had almost emptied Chunzong's entire fortune. Chunzong had accumulated millions of Chaos Divine crystals, and the dozens of Saint Origin crystals were worth tens of millions of Chaos Divine crystals. Now, there were only a few left. However, Chunzong didn't feel any heartache. To him, the Chaotic Divine gems were used to purchase treasures that were suitable for him, treasures that could allow him to unleash his strength to the fullest extent. It was a good thing to use them in the right place. Chunzong left Treasure Tower with 100 Red Star swords. The person in charge of this tower personally sent Chunzong out and greeted him warmly. It couldn't be helped. Chunzong was a VIP. He had traded 30 million Chaos Divine crystals in one go. It was rare to see such a big deal. As the person in charge of this tower, his merit points had increased by a lot. There were many benefits. After returning to Taihao Mountain, Chunzong decided to try using 100 Red Star swords to perform the 100 Swords art. Even the most common Chaos Saint artifact was not something a Saint artifact could compare to. Under the control of Chunzong, the 100 Swords technique exploded with astonishing power. Using the 100 Swords technique to perform the single-hearted swordsmanship, its power was even more astonishing. Especially the 100 Swords combined into one, its power doubled again, becoming Chunzong's most destructive sword move. As for the power of fleeting youth, it was harder to describe. It needed time to accumulate power, and after hitting the target, it would start by absorbing the target's power before releasing it, ultimately causing destruction. Then, Chunzong refined the incarnation again. The strength of an incarnation could not be increased by itself. The strength of the incarnation was the same as when it was refined, unless the strength of the original body increased and the incarnation was refined again. It was a pity that he did not have enough wealth. Otherwise, he could have given his doppelganger 100 Chaos Holy Artifact longswords. That way, his doppelganger would be even stronger. However, there was one point. The mixed Yuan heart force of the incarnation did not recover as fast as the original body. The difference was huge. Even if he had 100 Chaos Saint artifacts to perform the 100 Swords art, it would not be able to exert much power because the power was not enough to support it. At most, it could only strike once. Moreover, it would only be a strike of 10 swords, not a strike of 100 swords. The difference between the incarnation and the original body was obvious. However, the incarnation strength was already very strong, enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic ranking. Such strength was enough to guard Taihao Mountain. News from the Tianji Tower. Chunzong was secretly surprised. He did not expect that this trip back was really a series of good things. Chunzong went directly to the Tianji Tower. It was the head of this tower that received Chunzong. Unparalleled Sword Saint. The person you're going to meet this time is a noble lord. The head of the tower said with a hint of warning. Chunzong was a little surprised. Noble? How noble? In the world of cultivators, the most direct identity was one's strength. It could be said that strength was the most direct symbol of one's identity. If one's strength was not strong enough, it was not impossible to rely on the force behind it. However, there was always something missing. Others were always others, and one was always one's own. Now that the head of the Tianji Tower said so, Chunzong could not help but have a lot of guesses. With his current status, there were very few people who deserved to be treated with caution. Even if it was Martial Godlord, who was ranked first on the real chaotic ranking, Chunzong did not think that he was inferior to him. Could it be? Under the lead of the head of the Tianji Tower, they did not leave Yuanzhan University. Instead, they entered a pavilion deep in the Tianji Tower. He gently knocked on the door of the pavilion. Even with the identity of the head of the Tianji Tower, he still stood respectfully in front of the door and waited. "Come in." A slightly low voice was heard and the door of the pavilion opened. The light behind the door was a little dim, as if the night was hazy. The head of the Tianji Tower took the lead and stepped in, beckoning Chunzong to follow. Your Excellency, unparalleled sword sage, this is Lord Dijio, who specializes in the study of the ancient universe. The head of the Tianji Tower introduced. Chunzong looked over and could only see a blurry figure sitting in front of him. It seemed that they were only a few meters apart, but in a flash, it seemed that they were thousands of mountains and rivers apart. Chunzong greets Lord Dijio. Chunzong looked solemn as he saluted with his sword. The moment Chunzong saw the other party, he verified his thoughts. Demigod. This was a demigod. The head of the Tianji Tower's branch had to treat him with caution. He was a lord with a noble status. Then, excluding those who relied on their background, he was a demigod. With Chunzong's status and strength, other than a demigod, even a demigod's son was not qualified for Chunzong to treat him with caution. No need to be so polite. The slightly low voice was heard again, as if it was directly in one's ear, but also as if it came from a distance of time and space. Lord Dijio, I will take my leave first. The head of the Tianji Tower bowed and said. He retreated and walked out of the pavilion. For a moment, Chunzong had a lot of thoughts. If he had known that he was going to meet a demigod, Chunzong might not have agreed, because the gap between him and a demigod was too big. But in the end, if a demigod insisted on meeting him, it would be useless even if he avoided it. He could not avoid it. It was useless to think too much. Sit. The low voice was heard again, and a wooden chair appeared behind Chunzong. Thank you, Lord, Chunzong said without changing his expression and sat down immediately. Tell me everything you know about the ancient gods. In exchange, I will tell you the details of the celestial universe, demon universe, and giant universe. Dijio's low voice was heard again by Chunzong. Exchange. This was an exchange. Chunzong naturally would not refuse, and he mentioned all kinds of information in the Divine Prison District. Of course, Chunzong did not mention the part of the inheritance of the ancient god king. What should be kept should be kept. After all, the bone piece had been melted into his body, and he had used the ancient god armor refining skill to condense the ancient god sword armor. What if he said that the demigod named Dijio was tempted? If he was tempted, he might use some means to strip the ancient god sword armor. That would not be a good thing for him. However, such a thing was unavoidable. After all, he was still too weak compared to a demigod, no matter how he avoided it. As long as he was still in the chaotic universe, it was only a matter of time before a demigod could find him. He could not avoid it. He could not avoid it. Chunzong also had his own explanation, and he explained the whole thing very thoroughly. Most of it was true, and a few were hidden. In the end, he also mentioned that the bone piece was the key to activating the 18 demon-suppressing god pillars, and after it was used, it used up all its power and shattered. It was a reasonable explanation. Even if the demigod found someone else, such as the 100 Swords God, he would not be able to find out more. Tell me everything you know about the ancient god. Dijio's voice sounded again, but this time there was a strong hint in his voice. Chunzong suddenly felt his mind shake, and he was in a trance. It was as if his attention had been scattered, and he could not gather it. In a trance, all the information about the ancient god flashed through Chunzong's mind, and he took the initiative to say it. His explanation was exactly the same as before, and there were no changes. Silence. The entire pavilion was silent. At some point, Chunzong seemed to have suddenly woken up. He hurriedly looked around. That figure had disappeared without him noticing. It was as if he had left. Lord Dijio. Chunzong called out softly, but there was no response. Could it be that Lord Dijio has left? After Chunzong muttered to himself, he also saw a round ball placed on a table not far away. It was a seemingly transparent round ball, as if it was made of crystal, and there were wisps of clouds lingering in it. Previously, Chunzong was sure that there was no such crystal ball. Lord Dijio, is this the information you left behind about the heavenly man, the demon man, and the giant? Chunzong asked again. Of course, there was still no response, but Chunzong still picked it up. The moment Chunzong touched the crystal ball, there was a burst of light, and the fluctuating clouds, and it seemed to transform into a long dragon that broke through the air and directly rushed into the space between Chunzong's eyebrows. He could not dodge it. Chunzong was shocked, but he did not have time to react. The long dragon immediately entered the space between his eyebrows and quickly dispersed, like a cloud of smoke rising. Then, Chunzong felt a burst of information about the heavenly man, the demon man, and the giant surging. After a while, Chunzong completely received the information, and Chunzong also left the pavilion. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with fear. Fortunately, demigod Digio did not attack him, or rather, he had already attacked him and strongly hinted at him to reveal the information. If his divine will had become stronger after being tempered by the primordial evil god in the divine prison district, he was afraid that he would not have been able to withstand it, and then he would have revealed the entire truth. If he had revealed the entire truth, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Chunzong was not confused, but pretended to be and said the same thing. Fortunately, Digio was very confident in his method of hinting, so he did not take further action. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chunzong felt a little helpless. The gap between them was still too big. Once faced with a demigod, he could only hope that the other party did not have any ill intentions, or else it would be very troublesome, because there was no way to fight back. This feeling was not good at all, and it made Chunzong feel very helpless and powerless. However, it was unavoidable. Just like this time, if he did not come to see Diju this time, the other party might have used other methods to see him. It was unavoidable. Strength, in the end, was still strength. Chapter 3246. Taihao Mountain. Celestial Universe Era, Demon Universe Era, Giant Universe Era. These three universe eras are called the Ancient Universe Eras. The term Primeval Universe Epoch was recognized by the cultivators of the primeval universe who specialized in studying the primeval universe. It had become an authoritative term. The Ancient Universe Era represented the three pre-ancient universe eras: Celestial Man, Demon Man, and Giant. As for the universe eras after these three universe eras, it was called the Near Ancient Universe Era. Ancient, Near Ancient. As for the Ancient God Universe Era, it was not included because before that, no one had discovered the existence of the Ancient God Universe. Naturally, there was no relevant information to speak of. However, from then on, the Ancient God Universe would be included. Digio was a demigod who specialized in the pre-ancient universe. It was believed that he had a high status among the group of researchers. In the information given by Digio, it was mentioned that the celestial universe was the earliest pre-ancient universe. In other words, the celestial universe is most likely a new universe after the collapse of the ancient God universe. Chunzong thought to himself. In that case, the celestial tribe of the celestial universe was likely to continue to have more characteristics of the ancient God tribe, such as power or bloodline. After the collapse of the celestial universe, it was the demon universe. The demon universe should also have the characteristics of the ancient God tribe. After the collapse of the demon universe, it was the giant universe. Chunzong could confirm that the giant universe was related to the ancient God tribe. In that case, the celestial man, demon man, and giant should be the living races that were directly related to the ancient God tribe. The giant God core of the giant tribe was helpful to his cultivation of the ancient God armor refining skill. Did that mean that some of the power inheritance of the demon man tribe and the celestial man tribe could also assist him in his cultivation of the ancient God armor refining skill and upgrade his ancient God sword armor from soldier level to general level or even the highest king level? In the information given by Digio, in addition to the basic information of the three ancient universe eras, there were also descriptions of the three living races: celestial man, demon man, and giant. It allowed Chunzong to further understand the characteristics of the three races. Now, what he lacked was where to find the ruins of the Celestial Universe Era and the Devilman Universe Era. Chunzong had no other choice. Fortunately, Diju was not bad. Or rather, he had other plans. In short, other than leaving behind information about the three ancient universe epochs for Chunzong, he also gave Chunzong a certificate that allowed him to join the Research Ancient Alliance. That certificate was not real. Shenzong was considering whether or not he should join the Ultimate Ancient Alliance. According to the information left behind by DGO, the Ancient Research Alliance was formed by a group of cultivators who specialized in researching the secrets of the prehistoric universe era. It was a loose organization, and its main purpose was to research and exchange information about the prehistoric universe era. Shenzong decided to use the credential to investigate the Ancient League. Perhaps he could find the information he needed to find the ruins of the Celestial Universe era or the Demonkin Universe era. The universe epochs have been destroyed, but there might be fragments left behind to form ruins, just like the fragment of the giant universe era that Shenzong had been previously. Communicating with the mysterious aura of the cloud dragon in his sea of consciousness, Shenzong immediately felt that his consciousness was being gently guided by a mysterious force and kept flying. Passing through the layers of fog, it was like seeing the moon through the clouds. It gave Shenzong a strange feeling. The layers of fog seemed to represent unknown secrets, and the feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds was like solving all kinds of mysteries. After passing through the last layer of fog, everything in front of him became extremely clear, forming a strong contrast with the fog. Falling. It was like falling from a high altitude. Waves of whistling wind blew over, causing Shenzong's long hair to flutter and his clothes to rustle. Shenzong was sure that he was actually entering with his consciousness, but this consciousness felt the same as his body, which was very strange. Below was a vast land, but in the distance it was blurry. Only the huge towering palace in the center was very clear. Shenzong was falling in the direction of that palace. The palace was brightly lit and would never be extinguished. Shenzong fell outside the palace and stood in front of the closed door of the palace. On the door were carvings of two divine generals in full golden armor. They stood upright with long swords at their waists and spears in their hands. In Shenzong's senses, they seemed to emit faint fluctuations of aura, which was very mysterious. If you want to enter, say the secret credential, a divine general image said unexpectedly. The mysteries are endless. I will pursue them all my life. Shenzong said the words that DGO had left in his head. It was a secret credential. It was the secret credential of the Research Ancient Alliance. If you wanted to enter the Research Ancient Alliance, you had to be invited and have a credential. You also had to have a secret credential. You had to have both to be able to enter. If you didn't, you would be rejected. If you tried to force your way in, your consciousness would be destroyed. If your consciousness was destroyed, you would become a zombie. The secret credential is correct. The Research Ancient Alliance welcomes you, the Divine General said. Then, the closed door squeaked and slowly opened. Shenzong stepped through the door and officially entered the palace. He officially entered the Research Ancient Alliance. The Ancient Research Alliance was an alliance created by a group of people in the chaotic universe to pursue the mysteries of the prehistoric universe. There was no such thing as who commanded who and who ruled who, but there were still leaders and elders in the Ancient Research Alliance. This was because the leader was the founder of the Ancient Research Alliance, and the elders were people who assisted the leader in the creation of the Ancient Research Alliance, or people who made significant contributions to the research of the prehistoric universe. Shenzong saw the leader. It was DGO. We meet again. DGO seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Shenzong could not see him clearly, but his voice left a deep impression on him. Facing DGO again, Shenzong could not tell what he was thinking. He just looked surprised. Greetings, mister. Shenzong bowed with his sword. That was respect for the elites. No need to be so polite, DGO said calmly. Since you chose to join the Research Ancient Alliance, you are one of us. Because of the information you have provided about Ancient God, you have contributed greatly to the research of the Research Ancient Alliance. You are now an elder of the Research Ancient Alliance. DGO calmly said. From now on, you are the 9th elder of the Research Ancient Alliance. Many of the secrets of the Research Ancient Alliance will be available to you for free. Shenzong did not know the difference. but the promotion of his status would be helpful to him in his search for the mysteries of the ancient universe. "Thank you, Alliance Leader," Chunzong replied. Digio did not speak again. His body that was shrouded in fog started to fade. He eventually disappeared. Having the status of an elder did not mean Chunzong was superior to the others in the Research Ancient Alliance. It just meant he had more power and more convenience. For example, if an ordinary member wanted to learn more secrets, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Or they would have to learn more secrets that weren't recorded in the Research Ancient League. Or they would have to pay a corresponding price. However, an elder could obtain more secrets for free. Chunzong used his status as an elder of the Research Ancient Alliance to find out more about the mysteries of the Sky Man and Demon Man universe eras. He wanted to find out more information. However, the information he found was similar to what Digio had given him. The only useful thing was that Chunzong found information about a fragment of the Sky Man universe era and a fragment of the Demon universe era. However, the entrance to the fragment of the Sky Man universe era was controlled by a powerful force. The territory of the human race and the territory of the origin race were connected. They were almost merged into one. Many of the forces were in each other. There was almost no distinction between each other. The strongest forces of the human race were the ancient region and the three god dynasties. Chunzong knew about this before. However, the three god dynasties and the ancient region did not belong to the human race. They belonged to the origin race as well. It was equivalent to the integration of the human race and the origin race. However, up until now, Chunzong had yet to truly come into contact with the cultivators of the three divine dynasties and one ancient region. To put it simply, the three divine dynasties and one ancient region were extremely powerful and mysterious at the same time. It could be said that a force like the Xian Flame Divine Palace was far from the three god dynasties. Chunzong also heard that the experts of the three god dynasties and the ancient region were not listed on the real chaos ranking. In other words, the real chaos ranking was actually a ranking of the true Saint Realm experts of the human race and the origin race outside of the three god dynasties and the ancient region. It was very authoritative, but not comprehensive. The three god dynasties. Chunzong could not help but think. The three god dynasties were not the imperial court. They were the three sect with different names. In a sense, the entire territory of the human race and the origin race was ruled by the three god dynasties, and the three god dynasties belonged to the ancient region. The current void of the human race and the origin race was equivalent to the territory of the three god dynasties. They were subsidiaries and subjects. Only the core of the god dynasties could be considered the real forces of the three god dynasties. If that's the case, I'll have to enter the core of any of the three dynasties if I want to enter the remnant of the Devis universe era or the remnant of the demonic universe era. Chunzong said to himself. It's not easy. As for the ancient region, it was even more difficult. The ancient region had a higher status than the god dynasties. If someone from the ancient region wanted to enter the pre-ancient universe era fragment, it would be very easy. It seems that I have to enter the core of the three god dynasties first. The three god dynasties were the ancient reflection god dynasty, the sky heart god dynasty, and the Wonkong god dynasty. The ancient reflection god dynasty was a pure human force. The sky heart god dynasty was a pure origin race force, and the Wonkong god dynasty was a fusion of a human race and the origin race. Chunzong was a human. His first choice was the ancient reflection god dynasty, followed by the Wonkong god dynasty. As for the sky heart god dynasty, it was almost impossible for a human to enter its core. But how can I enter the core of the three god dynasties? Chunzong could not help but ponder. There was too little information in this area. He could only pay more attention or ask from the Tianji sect and pay a corresponding price. Thinking of this, Chunzong left the Research Ancient Alliance. Chapter 32-47. The Tianji Tower was spread all over the chaotic universe, especially in the territories of the origin race and the human race. There was a Tianji Tower in almost every Chaos City, Universe City, and Void City to facilitate the purchase and sale of all kinds of information. Chunzong asked the Tianji Tower about how to enter the core of the three divine dynasties, and the answer was somewhat unexpected. Originally, Chunzong thought that the price of this information would be very high, and he might not be able to afford it now. He did not expect that the price of this information would not be high. There was more than one way to enter the core of the three divine dynasties. The first was to be a demigod. Any demigod could enter the core of the three divine dynasties, and the three divine dynasties would take the initiative to invite them and give them a very high status. After all, demigods were super powerful existences that stood at the peak of the chaotic universe. They were extraordinary. The second was to obtain some kind of identity, such as an important figure of a powerful force, and receive a recommendation from that force. In the territories of the human race and the origin race, any force that had a demigod powerhouse in charge had such qualifications. The third was to become a follower of the core members of the three divine dynasties, who also had a chance to enter the core. Fourthly, one had to obtain the recommendation of a semi-god expert in order to obtain the qualifications. Chunzong thought about these 4 points carefully, and he was not satisfied at all. If he was a demigod now, then all the so-called prerequisites would disappear because he had satisfied all of them. In the end, the most basic of these 4 points was still strength. A demigod, that was extremely strong strength and also a high status. The Taihao mountain that he was in was just an ordinary force, and he was the most powerful person there. There was no demigod. As for becoming a follower of the core members of the three divine dynasties, to be honest, Chunzong was not willing. Although becoming a follower of others was not a servant, he would lose some freedom, which was unacceptable to Chunzong. As for getting a demigod to recommend him, well, he had met 2 demigods. One was the commander of the Demon Slayer army in the Demon Slayer territory, and the other was the leader of the Ancient Research Alliance, DGO. However, why would they recommend him? They were neither relatives nor friends, and there was no relationship between them. Even for a demigod, such a recommendation was not that easy. Or even if it was not difficult, why would they recommend him? A demigod was high and mighty. Putting himself in their shoes, with his current status and so on, would he pay special attention to those foundation establishment and transcendence that he had no relationship with? No. This was Chunzong's answer. There was always a hierarchy between the strong and the weak. After thinking hard, Chunzong suddenly, he wanted to enter the core of the three divine dynasties. What was his purpose? Wasn't it to enter the celestial universe's opportunity fragment and the Demonkin universe's epic fragment? Then why did he insist on joining the three divine dynasties core? If he could directly obtain the opportunity to enter the celestial epic fragment ruin and the Demonkin epic fragment ruin, it would be more direct. But how could he get Spot? Chunzong had no choice but to come to the Heaven's Secret Tower again and wait. This was because the Heaven's Secret Tower could not directly give him an answer. As for how long he would have to wait, it was not clear. In the Taihao Mountain, Chunzong's original body was personally overseeing the situation, waiting for the news from the Heaven's Secret Sect. This was because it would take a lot of time to travel from the Taihao Mountain to the spiritual martial sacred world. He was not sure when the news would arrive, so his original body stayed behind to wait for a while. After all, an avatar was an avatar, and it was not suitable for him to appear often. Half a year later, the news from the Heavenly Secret Tower came. There was no other way. The celestial epic fragments and the demons of universe epic fragments were very important. They were jointly controlled by the ancient region and the three divine dynasties. Those who were not from the ancient region or the three divine dynasties had almost no chance to enter. Chunzong also noticed that the Tower Master of the Heavenly Secret Tower used the word almost, which meant that there was still a slight possibility, but the hope was slim, at least for now. Is that so? Chunzong's brows relaxed, but he was still a little unwilling. This was because there was a near certainty that the power inheritance of the demon man and the power inheritance of the celestial being might be able to help him continue to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. It could upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the soldier level to the general level, or even the king level. If he could not enter, then where could he find the power inheritance of the demons and celestials? Inferring from the giant god core, the inheritance that could help the ancient god armor refining technique was definitely not a simple inheritance, or even a core inheritance. It was almost impossible to obtain such an inheritance in the outside world. What should he do? While he was thinking, an unexpected guest arrived at Taihao Mountain. Congratulations on being ranked second on the real Primal Chaos list, Chunzong said with a smile as he poured a cup of wine and handed it to the guest. The guest was 100 Swords God, who had defeated 5 Ultimate Sword God and replaced him. Chunzong had thought that 100 Swords God could join Taihao Mountain, but unfortunately, Chunzong had hinted at it, but 100 Swords God did not directly say anything at that time, as if he was thinking about it. Now, he did not know why 100 Swords God had come to Taihao Mountain, but since he was here, Chunzong would certainly welcome him with all his heart. After all, they had a good relationship in the Divine Prison District. Young friend, this time I actually came to ask if Taihao Mountain still needs an elder. 100 Swords God suddenly showed a smile. We really need it. We need it very much. Chunzong suddenly showed a look of joy. 100 Swords God did not say anything before, but now he took the initiative to come to him. As soon as Celestial Swords Sir returned to the void, he began to inquire about all kinds of information. Soon after, he found Celestial Sword King Wu Ju and issued a challenge. After a fierce battle, Celestial Sword King Wu Ju defeated Celestial Sword King Wu Ju with 100 swords as one. It could be said that if it were not for 100 Swords God, 100 Swords God would not have been able to defeat 5 Ultimate Sword God. At most, it would be a tie, or even a little worse. Fortunately, he and Chunzong exchanged their own unique swordsmanship. Although he could not learn single-hearted sword principle, he was still inspired by it, and understood some of the mysteries to integrate into his own 100 Swords art. In the end, he pushed 100 Swords art to the 5th level, 100 Swords God, and its power increased tremendously. After defeating 5 Ultimate Sword God, 100 Swords God went to look for Martial God Lord, and finally found him and fought with him. Different from the battle with 5 Ultimate Sword God, there was no third person who saw the battle with Martial God Lord. This was just as the rumors had said. Everyone who challenged the Martial God Lord did not allow a third person to spectate. How is Martial God Lord's strength? Chunzong asked. His normal strength is not strong, 100 Swords God said. Chunzong was a little surprised. Normal strength? Could it be that Martial God Lord had some terrifying hidden skills? It was normal to have hidden skills, but in most cases, the hidden skills were closely related to one's own strength. For example, Chunzong's giant god fighting technique could increase his body size, strength, and defense by 10 times after performing it. It could increase his strength by 2 to 3 times, which was already a shocking increase. There might be an increase higher than this, but it was extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, Martial God Lord's strength is only 80% of mine, 100 Swords God said. Chunzong was a little surprised, as this strength was indeed nothing. 100 Swords God's 80% strength was indeed very strong, enough to be in the top 10 of the Chaotic Real ranking board. However, it was nothing to Martial God Lord, who was ranked first on the Chaotic Real ranking board. In that battle, Martial God Lord was suppressed by me at the beginning. 100 Swords God was shocked. Then, Martial God Lord unleashed his power and transformed. His strength increased tremendously, and he defeated me in one move. Chunzong was shocked. One move. Martial God Lord defeated 100 Swords God in one move after unleashing his power? Was this a joke? However, 100 Swords God's expression and tone didn't seem to be joking, but it was true. This made Chunzong even more shocked. Even if he was stronger than 100 Swords God, especially when he used ancient God sword armor, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat 100 Swords God in one move. One should know that 100 Swords God, who had comprehended 100 swords as one, was definitely extremely powerful. Didn't that mean that Martial God Lord's power after unleashing his power, was even stronger than his? That's terrifying. Shenzong couldn't help but sigh. Martial God Lord had been ranked first on the chaotic real ranking board for dozens of years, and it wasn't for nothing. He really had terrifying means. I'm guessing that the Martial God Lord possesses some sort of powerful bloodline. When he activates the power of his bloodline and transforms, his strength increases exponentially. Even his appearance changes, the Hundred Swords God Lord said with a grave tone. Shenzong then asked Hundred Swords God what Martial God Lord looked like after unleashing his power. The Hundred Swords God Monarch immediately described. His skin color darkened and was surrounded by black patterns. His eyes turned completely black. His entire aura became evil and dark. Shenzong frowned slightly when he heard that. The Sword's Divine Lord's description of the Martial God Lord's explosive state was somewhat similar to the information he had obtained during this period of time. Demon Man. Shenzong couldn't help but think of the race in the prehistoric universe. According to the information he had obtained about Demon Man was a race with dark skin and black demonic lines. Their eyes were completely black, and their aura was mainly dark and evil. Could it be that Martial God Lord actually possessed Demon Man bloodline? The life in the chaotic universe was very mixed. Could there be Demon Man? It seemed unlikely. After all, the Demonkin universe epoch was too far away from the Chaos universe epoch. Many years and many universe epochs had passed. It was hard for the Demonkin to survive until now. In that case, there was only one explanation. Martial God Lord had obtained Demon Man bloodline and successfully integrated it into his body, causing his bloodline to change. Could Martial God Lord be from the three great dynasties? Shenzong suddenly thought of this. According to the information he had obtained, it was almost impossible for people outside of the ancient region and the three great dynasties to enter the Celestial Universe Era Fragment and Demon Man Universe Era Fragment. If that was the case, Wu Shunjun might have come from one of the three god dynasties, or even the ancient region. However, the possibility of him coming from the ancient region was lower. He should have come from one of the three god dynasties. He had entered the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment and obtained its bloodline inheritance. Shenzong's interest was suddenly piqued. Perhaps he could get in touch with the Martial God Lord and ask him if there were any other methods. Chapter 32:48. The Sword God was extremely powerful and ranked second on the real Chaos ranking. He was a peerless swordsman who was known by almost everyone in the human race's territory. When Shenzong announced that the Sword God would become the Elder of Taihao Mountain, everyone in Taihao Mountain was excited. The addition of such a peerless swordsman would greatly increase the top battle power of Taihao Mountain. Moreover, it also meant that the inheritance of Taihao Mountain would be better. If someone was chosen, they could even become his disciple. Most of the people of Taihao Mountain did not know how strong their headmaster was. They could only guess based on the real Chaos ranking. Therefore, they all thought that the Swords God was the number one cultivator of Taihao Mountain, a cultivator stronger than the Mountain Master. Shenzong did not care about what the disciples of Taihao Mountain thought. At this moment, Shenzong and the Sword God worked together and left Taihao Mountain to find the Martial God Lord. Shenzong's purpose of finding the Martial God Lord was to learn more about the situation and see if there was any other way to enter the demonic universe era fragment. They kept teleporting and finally arrived. The Martial God Lord's residence is right in front, the Sword God Lord said as he pointed at a mountain in front. It was a black mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The Martial God Lord's residence was located halfway up the Black Mountain. The entire Black Mountain belonged to the Martial God Lord. This was a city of chaos. It was huge like a country, and it could easily accommodate such a mountain. Martial God Lord, I, the Sword God Lord, am here to visit, the Sword God Lord said as he stood at the foot of the mountain. His voice traveled to the Martial God Lord's residence halfway up the mountain. Seems like you've thought it through. A slightly indifferent voice came from the mountain. Martial God Lord, there's no need to mention this again, the Sword God Lord replied directly. I'm here because I have something to ask. I'm busy. The Martial God Lord's indifferent voice came directly. as if he was unreasonable. "Martial God Lord, I'm here to challenge you," Chunzong said directly. It was rumored that the martial God Lord was not an easy person to get along with. It seemed to be true. "Who are you?" After a long while, an indifferent voice sounded. "Peerless Sword Saint, Chunzong," Chunzong said directly. "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge me." The martial God Lord's indifferent voice carried a hint of arrogance. "Martial God Lord, Peerless Sword Saint's strength is not inferior to mine," the 100 Swords Divine Lord said. That was what he knew because he still didn't know that Chunzong's strength had increased significantly compared to before. "Oh, is that so?" The martial God Lord's voice carried a hint of surprise. In his opinion, the 100 Swords God Lord's strength was indeed not bad. He was even stronger than the 5 Ultimate Swords God Lord who had challenged him before. He was even stronger than his regular strength. Too weak. The martial God Lord's indifferent voice rang out again. There was some disdain in his voice. Indeed, if it was the 100 Swords God Monarch's strength, it would truly be difficult to attract the attention of the martial monarch. Chunzong said again. He was definitely stronger than the Sword God Lord, but it was hard to say how he would compare to the martial God Lord. He would only know after a real battle. The Sword God Lord was stunned. He was anxious. The martial God Lord had a bad temper. If he was angered, the consequences would be unpredictable. "You talk big." The martial God Lord's voice rang out again. He seemed to be slightly annoyed. "If that's the case, then defeat my servant first." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying roar burst out from afar. It came from the mountains like rolling thunder. Chunzong and the Sword God Lord were surprised. Servant? The Sword God Lord did not mention it before. The fact was that the Sword God Lord had defeated the Sword God Lord, and the Sword God Lord had also challenged the Martial God Lord. Therefore, the Martial God Lord could fight. As for Chunzong, he was not famous, which was the case for the Martial God Lord. He was not qualified to challenge the Martial God Lord, even if Chunzong had said that. The so-called servant appeared. It was a monster that was running upright. Its entire body was pitch black, like a werewolf. It looked very ferocious and bloodthirsty. A terrifying dark aura was constantly emitted from the werewolf, like a storm that was wreaking havoc. Fast. The black werewolf was very fast. It was like a black flowing light approaching Chunzong. The shocking dark aura was mixed with the smell of blood. The black werewolf's sharp claws tore a ghastly trace in the air. It rushed toward Chunzong with a trace of dazzling bloodlight. The claw was merciless. It seemed to tear Chunzong's body apart. It was not an illusion. If Chunzong was not strong enough, he would not be able to avoid or block the attack. He would be torn apart. The 100 Swords God Monarch was not targeted, but his expression was solemn because the power of the claw was terrifying and mysterious. It made him feel threatened. In other words, the black werewolf was strong enough to threaten him, an exceptional expert who was ranked second on the chaotic Rio ranking. Chunzong was a little surprised. He did not expect the so-called servant to have such strength. Fortunately, he was not the same as before. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. He drew his sword. The wool heavenly sword was unsheathed and slashed out. The sword pavilion was like a crescent moon in the sky. It cut the claw mark and hit the black werewolf. Chunzong immediately felt an amazing toughness blocking the wool heavenly sword. Under the sword, the black werewolf flew hundreds of meters. There was a clear sword mark on his chest, but no blood flowed out. The sword mark quickly disappeared and the wound healed. In a flash, the black werewolf rushed forward again. It seemed to be faster than before. What greeted it was a dazzling sword light. Slashing back, another sword mark was left. 3 times in a row, no matter how the black werewolf attacked, it was defeated by Chunzong. It could not do anything to Chunzong. "Come back." The martial god Lord's voice sounded again. The black werewolf stopped and immediately rushed up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. "You have some strength. You are qualified to challenge me," the martial god Lord said. "Since you want to challenge me, come up." The sword god Lord did not move. The martial god lord did not allow others to watch his battles. Chunzong moved and immediately climbed up the mountain. He was very fast. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain. There was a black palace, emitting waves of oppressive aura. The door of the palace opened. Behind the door was darkness. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. Chunzong's expression did not change. He took a step forward and stepped into the darkness. His figure seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. This was a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth. In an instant, a figure appeared before Chunzong. This was a figure clad in black armor. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he stood tall and straight. His long black hair fluttered behind his head, even though there was no wind. Martial God Lord, Chunzong said, "I have something to ask. If you want to ask, you have to defeat me first." The martial god lord's voice was cold. "Show me your strength." Chunzong was very direct. Otherwise, the martial god lord would not be his opponent at all. It would be too boring to defeat him with one sword. "You have the right." The moment he finished speaking, the martial god lord's body seemed to tremble slightly. A terrifying aura awakened in his body. Immediately, a dark storm appeared. The darkness around the martial god lord became thicker and deeper. It seemed to swallow the martial god lord's body. In the absolute darkness, Chunzong's super-sharp senses captured a terrifying dark aura that was rapidly growing stronger and stronger. In less than a breath's time, a figure walked out of the darkness. Every step he took created ripples in the void. It was as if he was stepping on calm water. Just as the sword's god lord had said, the martial god lord's appearance had changed. As his black hair fluttered in the wind, it seemed to shine with layers of light. It became deeper and deeper, as if it was connected to the darkness. His skin had darkened, and there were strands of black patterns on it. It seemed extremely profound. The white in his eyes had vanished, becoming completely black. The completely black eyes seemed to contain shocking power. When he stared at them, Chunzong's heart could not help but tremble. He actually felt a throbbing sensation, even though it was very slight. The pitch-black eyes seemed to possess an indescribable charm. When he stared at them, they felt like they were being stared at by a dark abyss. People with insufficient intent would not be able to endure it at all. They would feel shock and fear for no reason at all. Aura. The martial god lord's aura became extremely dark, evil, and chaotic. "I hope you can endure a few more hits." The martial god lord's voice was indifferent, but there was a hint of evil in it. He was like a demon king that had walked out of the darkness. Anyone who heard his voice could not help but feel an indescribable sense of horror. However, Chunzong's intent and sword intent were extremely powerful, so he was not affected at all. The moment he finished speaking, the martial god lord moved. He moved so quickly that Chunzong could only vaguely catch a glimpse of it. A terrifying punch had already arrived. This punch was merciless, as if it wanted to shatter the void and shatter Chunzong's body. Fast! Chunzong also reacted in an instant. His figure flashed, and he directly drew his sword. The heavenly will sword bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. However, Chunzong's reaction was still a bit slow. When the punch arrived, the heavenly will sword had just come out of its scabbard. It barely blocked the punch. The terrifying power instantly impacted, as if it wanted to break the sword. The sudden explosion of power sent Chunzong flying 1,000 meters away. The heavenly will sword's body trembled violently, and it emitted a series of buzzing sounds. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, and in the frenzied impact, it carried an extremely dark, destructive power. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Even though Chunzong's immortal body of the universe was very strong, it was difficult for him to withstand it. Cracks quickly spread across his body. In the next moment, as the immemorial heart force was consumed and operated, the cracks that covered his body rapidly healed. Chapter 32:49. The martial god lord's black hair fluttered in the air like a dark, demonic snake. He released a terrifying aura. Weak to weak. The martial god lord's tone was arrogant, as if a demon king had descended to the world. If this is all you've got, then get out of the martial god residence as soon as possible. Don't be impatient. Chunzong's expression did not change as he said. The punch just now had indeed surprised him. It was very fast, and its power was also very terrifying. He was almost unable to react in time, and his body was almost blown apart. However, he didn't use his full strength just now. With a thought, a mysterious and ancient aura spread out from Chunzong's body. At the same time, a layer of silver light permeated from his body and covered Chunzong's body. The martial god lord was slightly startled by this scene. He didn't attack, and instead looked at Chunzong with interest. The ancient god sword armor was very fast. In just one breath, the layer of silver gray had completely covered Chunzong's body. It quickly solidified and turned into a full body armor that looked simple but not crude. Instead, the lines were smooth and the edges were clear. It covered his entire body and gave off a sharp and sturdy feeling. His strength, speed, and defense all increased. One more armor. The martial god lord sneered. Take my sword. The moment Chunzong's voice fell, his speed suddenly exploded. He became one with his sword and turned into a dazzling sword light. It was as if he could steal all the brilliance in the world in an instant, and his sword slashed through the air. Fast. His speed suddenly increased by 3 times. It didn't just increase his movement speed, it also increased his attack and sword speed. It was extremely fast. Chunzong's speed was already very fast. With the ancient god sword armor, his speed increased by 3 times. It was extremely shocking. In the beginning, the martial god lord looked indifferent and didn't take it to heart. After all, his opponent couldn't even take a punch from him. No matter what secret technique he used, the increase in his strength would be limited. That was the situation outside the ancient regions and the divine dynasty. It was unexpected. Chunzong's explosive speed was completely unexpected. With a flash of sword light, the martial god lord was unable to react in time. Terrifying sword chi erupted, sending the martial god lord flying. A sword mark appeared on his chest, almost cutting his body in half. But in the next moment, the sword chi on it was dispelled and crushed, and the sword mark quickly disappeared. You actually managed to injure me. Divine martial lord's tone was filled with disbelief. Previously, the 100 Swords god was not weak. He was able to crush Yi Shiwen when he did not activate his bloodline power. However, after Yi Shiwen activated his bloodline power, his strength increased by several times. He could easily defeat the 100 Swords god with one punch. Now, this person who claimed to be the unparalleled sword saint was actually so powerful. After wearing a set of armor, his strength had increased so much that he was actually able to injure him with a single sword strike, even if it was because he did not pay enough attention at that time. The martial god lord couldn't help but feel excited. Regardless of his temperament, he was still an expert. A peerless expert who had occupied the first place on the real Primal Chaos board for decades to nearly 100 years had his pride. Fight. It was a fight. He wanted to defeat the unparalleled sword saint with his strongest strength and strongest stance. He wanted to let him know that he, the martial god lord, was the strongest. The first place on the real Primal Chaos board was unshakable. If he did not voluntarily give it up, no one would be able to take it away from him. Honor. Explode. The martial god lord unleashed his full strength. The punch that he had used to attack Chunzong was not his full strength. Now, he was going to unleash all of his bloodline power to the extreme. In a flash, the martial god lord directly turned into a streak of black light and shot through the air. Like a bolt of black lightning, he punched towards Chunzong. This time, Chunzong was able to react quickly. The ancient god sword armor increased his speed by 3 times, including his reaction speed. Chunzong's consciousness had been tempered by the ancient god king's inheritance. It had become purer, more transparent, and more resilient. Such a strong consciousness allowed Chunzong to think faster and react more quickly. Without dodging, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the darkness. The collision between the sword and the fist instantly unleashed an amazing power. The power overflowed and shattered everything. The sword light connected into a ball. The fist shadows were boundless as they clashed with each other. The martial god lord's fist skills were superb. It seemed like he was constantly attacking, but in fact, the trajectory of each punch was different. The power used in each punch was also different. It was very shocking. Chunzong's swordsmanship was also superb. When he displayed the single-hearted sword technique, his sword strikes were endless. Fight, fight, fight! The martial god lord, who had activated the demon bloodline power, and Chunzong, who was armed with the ancient god sword armor, engaged in a fierce battle. Chunzong was good at close combat. So was the martial god lord. For a moment, the two were neck and neck. Satisfying. Satisfying. Chunzong felt that the feeling of exploding with all his strength was wonderful. Ever since he came out of the divine prison district, Chunzong had not fought again. As his strength gradually increased, there were fewer and fewer opportunities for him to fight with all his strength. At the same time, the martial god lord had been lonely for a long time. At least in the void, he had very few opponents. Even the 5 ultimate sword saint and the 100 sword saint were not his opponents when he used all his strength. For a moment, the fist skills and the sword skills were neck and neck. Chunzong could feel that he was not as strong as the martial god lord in terms of strength. The power contained in each of the martial god lord's punches was very dark, overbearing, and terrifying. If not for his superior swordsmanship, he would not be his opponent. However, Chunzong's swordsmanship was better than the martial god lord's fist skills. Only then could he make up for the lack of strength. If not for the ancient god sword armor's 3 times increase in strength, the difference in strength would be even greater. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, skills would be useless. This was the so-called 1 person can defeat 10 people. However, if the difference in strength was not too great, skills would be very useful. For a true expert, both strength and skills were indispensable. The martial god lord and Chunzong each had their own strengths and weaknesses. However, both of them avoided their weaknesses and fully displayed their strengths. For a moment, the fierce battle was endless. With a boom, the martial god lord punched out. The punch seemed slow, but the fist's strength was condensed and pushed out like a mountain. It was like an invisible mountain that stood in the dark void. It carried with it an unparalleled, overbearing force and smashed towards Chunzong. The aura of the punch made Chunzong's expression turn grave. Strong. It was very strong, more than twice as strong as any of the previous punches. Moreover, the pressure formed by the terrifying fist strength suppressed all directions and locked down everything. He could not dodge and could only face it head-on. This was not an ordinary fist skill, but a unique skill. The martial god lord used his unique skill. Chunzong immediately knew that the single-hearted sword principle alone was not enough to resist. Therefore, he could only use his unique skill to see if the martial god lord's unique skill was stronger than his unique skill. A vigorous and overbearing aura suddenly appeared and shook out like a storm, sweeping in all directions. A round shadow appeared on Chunzong's body. As it spun, it was like a star that was dragged out from an ancient time and space. It became more and more solid. Rumble. As the star appeared, it produced a series of roars as it spun. It was as if the mountains were shaking and the waves were surging. Power. An extremely tyrannical power permeated the ancient star, suppressing everything. The ancient star. The sword burst out, and its power was much stronger than before. The ancient star palace blasted out, a fist as heavy as a mountain, instantly colliding. After a slight pause, the ancient star palace collapsed, and the mountain-like fist force was also shattered into pieces. Crashing sounds continuously rang out like a surging tide. The martial god lord punched out again, and the fist energy surged like a surging sea. Its power seemed to be endless and endless. Layer after layer, it was like a surging wave crashing down. The power of this punch was not as strong as the previous one, but it was better in that the power was endless. Chunzong's expression was solemn as he slashed out with his sword. This sword strike was extremely sharp, as though it was capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. When the sword light flashed, all the light in the surroundings was devoured. It was even darker than the darkness. Only an extremely dazzling light shone. Divine firmament. It was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could cut through anything. Under the sharpness of this sword, everything would be cut apart. That ocean-like fist force was immediately split apart, layer by layer, but it continued to surge forward. Chunzong swung his sword again. It was divine firmament again. Then the third sword, Taihao, was extremely blazing and violent. The fourth sword destroyed everything in the world. When the sword struck out, the pitch-black sword light destroyed everything. The martial god Lord's expression changed drastically. A black light flashed in his eyes, and his black hair danced like dragons and snakes. A terrifying dark aura suddenly burst out. Then, the dark void behind the martial god Lord seemed to collapse, revealing an even darker vortex. The moment the dark vortex appeared, it seemed to be connected to a terrifying place. A large amount of dark aura appeared and merged into the martial god Lord's body, circulating to his fist. This punch carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It turned into a great darkness that descended and swallowed everything. Mahakala. Under this punch, it was as if everything was swallowed up by the darkness. Everything turned into darkness, descending in all directions. Everything was invaded by the darkness. The sword light was suddenly enveloped and swallowed up. However, the destructive power of Mahakala was extremely strong, especially after Chunzong had used the power of the giant ruler, Tam, to refine a trace of the original power of annihilation into his body. Then, he had strengthened it bit by bit. The speed at which he guided the power of annihilation became faster and faster, causing the power of this sword to become even stronger. Even so, this sword could only last a little longer. Explode. Chunzong exploded once again. This time, it was 5 times the power of Mahakala. Its power was doubled. The sword struck down and directly pierced through Mahakala. Chapter 3250. 2 figures stood in the dark space. On Chunzong's ancient godsword armor, darkness began to spread out. It gradually faded away like water drying up. And on the martial god Lord's body, the black annihilation aura also began to vanish. "You're quite strong. You're qualified to talk to me," said Divine Martial Lord. His tone was still cold and arrogant. The martial god Lord had no intention of continuing the battle. This battle could be considered draw. Since Divine Martial Lord didn't intend to continue the fight, Chunzong wouldn't force him to continue, even if he hadn't used his full strength. After all, he hadn't used the 100 Swords art. The power of the 100 Swords returned to one was the most tyrannical sword that he had mastered at the moment. However, he couldn't deny that Divine Martial Lord didn't use his full strength. Or was he holding back? Chunzong didn't forget his purpose of looking for Divine Martial Lord. The fight was secondary. Divine Martial Lord's demon form gradually faded and returned to his original appearance. The darkness around him also disappeared and turned into a room. It was a room that had turned into a dark space through some method. Now, it had turned back into a room. "Sit," said Divine Martial Lord. "What do you want to say?" "Divine Martial Lord, are you from the ancient region or the 3 dynasties?" Chunzong asked directly. He didn't beat around the bush. He didn't need to beat around the bush. "What do you want to say?" The martial god Lord's expression was cold, and his tone was indifferent. He did not answer Chunzong's question. Instead, he asked a question with a slightly oppressive tone. For some reason, it made people feel strands of pressure spreading in the air. "Divine Martial Lord, what you used just now was the power of the demon bloodline, right?" Chunzong wasn't affected by the pressure at all. He continued, "I want to enter the celestial epic remnant and the demon epic remnant. Do you know how to do it?" "Of course," said Divine Martial Lord with a mocking smile. "As long as you become a demigod." However, Chunzong's expression did not change. He calmly stared at the martial god Lord. causing the mocking expression on the martial god lord's face to disappear. There is a way, but why should I tell you? The martial god lord regained his indifference. What kind of price do I have to pay? Shenzong asked in return. If the price was not too high, it was not impossible. That armor of yours is not bad. Give it to me. The martial divine lord said. This was not a joke, it was the truth. After Shenzong put on that armor, his strength increased greatly. If it fell on his body, with the cooperation of the Devil Dweller bloodline, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. Change it, Shenzong said without hesitation. He didn't explain, because there was no need and no need to explain. The ancient god sword armor was one with him. Once it was taken away, it would hurt him. Moreover, it was his strength. How could he give it away? Moreover, he wanted to enter the Celestial Epic Fragment Relic and the Devil Dweller Epic Fragment Relic to further increase the level and power of the ancient god sword armor. If he gave the ancient god sword armor away, would he need to go through so much trouble to find an opportunity? Wouldn't it be a waste of time and energy? Wouldn't he lose the ancient god sword armor and a lot of strength? Your strength is not bad. You are qualified to become my follower. The martial god, Lord, suddenly smiled. Swear to become my follower, and I will get you the opportunity to enter the Devil Dweller Epic Fragment Relic, or the Celestial Epic Fragment Relic. If he couldn't get the armor, he could change the method and make the other party swear to follow him. This was equivalent to indirectly increasing his strength. Shenzong frowned slightly. If he needed to become someone's follower in exchange for such an opportunity, why would he need to come to the martial god lord? Is there no other way? Shenzong asked in return. I have already given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is your own business. The martial god lord's smile disappeared. Shenzong was silent for a few breaths before he stood up. Sorry to disturb you. Then he walked out of the house. Remember, this is your only chance. Next time, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't agree. The martial god lord's voice came from behind. Unfortunately, you won't have this chance. Shenzong's footsteps did not stop as he replied unhurriedly. He stepped out of the house and saw the sky and houses in the distance. He was currently standing halfway up the martial god mountain. Behind him was the martial god residence. Shenzong didn't care about the martial god lord's words. Even if the martial god lord was from the ancient region and had a high status, so what? It was impossible for Shenzong to swear an oath to follow someone else. It was always others who wanted to follow him, not him who wanted to follow others. As for the spots for the Celestial Epic Remnant and the Demon Epic Remnant, he could only continue to look for them. Shenzong didn't believe that he couldn't find them. At most, he would spend more time. Mountain Lord, how was it? The Hundred Swords God Lord, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, saw Shenzong go down the mountain and immediately asked, Let's go. Shenzong shook his head slightly. Seeing Shenzong's expression and response, the Hundred Swords God Lord was curious, but he didn't continue to ask. Most likely, the negotiation didn't go well. The martial god lord was indeed not an easy person to get along with. On the mountainside, a figure stood as if he was overlooking the earth, staring at the two figures in the distance. Unfortunately, if he had agreed, I would have gained a powerful follower. The martial god lord thought. Previously, he had asked the Hundred Swords God Lord to follow him. After all, the Hundred Swords God Lord was quite strong, but the Hundred Swords God Lord refused. Compared to the Hundred Swords God, the Peerless Sword Saint was much stronger than the Hundred Swords God. He was so strong that he did not have much confidence in defeating the Peerless Sword Saint. If the Peerless Sword Saint could become his follower, it would be of great benefit to him. When he returned, he would be able to defeat more opponents. Shenzong could feel the gaze from the mountain, but he ignored it. If the negotiation didn't go well, then so be it. He would just have to spend more time looking for them. After leaving the Primal Chaos City, he took the Space-Time Temple's Space-Time Teleportation Array and quickly rushed to Taihao Mountain. Now, Shenzong didn't need to go anywhere to gain experience. His strength had reached the pinnacle, and ordinary experience wouldn't have any effect. Chunzong also asked the Tianji sect to pay attention to all kinds of news related to the celestials and demons. Maybe there would be a new celestial or demon universe era fragment. In this way, he could avoid the three divine dynasties and ancient region and enter the fragment to look for the inheritance of the celestials and demons. It was just like the inheritance of the giants. In fact, the three great divine dynasties and an ancient region also had a fragment of the giant universe era in their possession. After returning to the Taihao Mountain, Chunzong left for the Lingwu sacred world to reunite with his wife and father. At Chunzong's level, as long as he didn't go out to gain experience, he could comprehend it no matter where he was. Especially when Chunzong's cultivation system was different from the mainstream, and it relied very little on the essence of the world. As for the Xian Flame Divine Palace, they didn't dare to target the Taihao Mountain. It should be known that the Swords God was an elder of the Taihao Mountain. He defeated the 5 Ultimate Sword God and was ranked second on the Chaotic Real list. The Xian Flame Divine Palace's Xian Flame Divine Palace was indeed very strong, but he was actually not as strong as the 5 Ultimate Sword God. Chunzong didn't cause trouble for the Xian Flame Divine Palace because the Xian Flame Divine Palace was a demigod-level force, and their demigod-level ancestor was still alive. Moreover, the palace-protecting formation of a Xian Flame Divine Palace was set up by their demigod-level ancestor. Those below the demigod level couldn't break in at all. If those below the demigod level try to break in, they would be trapped and killed. Unless Chunzong had the confidence to resist the palace-protecting formation of the Xian Flame Divine Palace, or find a chance to meet the Xian Flame Divine Emperor in the outside world. Unfortunately, since the last time, the Xian Flame Divine Emperor had been hiding in the Xian Flame Divine Palace and didn't dare to show his face. When returning to the Lingwu sacred world, Yunyanxin told Chunzong something, which shocked Chunzong. There was a problem with Chun An's relationship. Originally, that woman was a member of a small clan, and she could be considered to have fallen in love with Chunin. However, Chunin had never truly expressed his feelings, and he'd just let nature take its course. That was Chun An's character. Similarly, Chunin didn't tell her his specific family background, and kept a very low profile. She didn't even know how strong he was, and only said that he had 2 parents, an aunt, and a grandfather. This made her feel that he didn't have a very high background, and was probably from an ordinary family. She didn't expect that after getting along for so many years, someone would unexpectedly come between them. It was the young master of a large family, and he was handsome and elegant. He was also known as a genius, and seemed to be better than Chun and in all aspects. As a result, the small family was naturally more willing to let their young miss marry the young master of a large family, and deliberately arrange for them to meet, etc. However, the woman herself wasn't firm enough, and after comparing their conditions, she wavered. Chunin also realized this, but he didn't go hysterical, nor did he go crazy with anger. He didn't reveal his identity, etc., and just left silently. However, Chunin didn't feel good, and he often drank recently. It's fine. After hearing Yunyanxin's description, Chunzong instantly smiled and said, "Little One is still young, and it's inevitable that he'll meet someone unworthy. It'll be fine as long as he gets past this hurdle. In this lifetime, one would see many things and experience many hardships, and Chun An's relationship could be considered as a type of hardships. Since it was a hardships, then he would get through it and walk through it, and it would be a new world. Of course, if he was immersed in the hardships and was unable to extricate himself, then he would become depressed, and the consequences would be very bad. However, Chunzong believed in Chunin. This son of his had been raised since young, and Chunzong was very clear about what kind of temperament his son had. He would definitely be able to walk through this hurdle, and it shouldn't take too much time. Comparatively speaking, Yunyanxin's heart wasn't as big as Chunzong's, and she was more worried. However, she wasn't worried to the point that she couldn't eat or sleep, and she also hoped that her son would be able to get through this hurdle as soon as possible. Chapter 32:51. The river water was dark blue and reflected the myriad of white clouds in the sky. Waves of cool breeze blew through the surface of the water, causing ripples to spread out in layers. The old pavilion by the river was slightly damaged. If it rained, water would leak all over the ground. Fortunately, it was a clear day, so sunlight passed through the cracks in the roof of the pavilion and caused specks of dazzling light to shine down. There was only a single person in the old pavilion. His beard was unkempt, and his hair was disheveled. He held a jug of wine in his hand, and he seemed lonely as he stared at the surface of the river. "How does it feel to drink alone?" A clear and melodious voice resounded from behind him. A figure in a white robe had suddenly walked over, and his footsteps were composed and leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. "Father!" The lonely person turned around and was instantly stunned, and then he revealed a wisp of a bitter smile as he called out, "As we live in the world, most things don't go as planned. It isn't surprising." Chunzong walked over slowly with a jug of wine in his hand, and he had a slight smile on his face as he sat by Chun'an's side before opening the jug and drinking a mouthful. "Father, I understand." Chun'an revealed a wisp of a bitter smile. He understood all of this, but understanding was one thing, and being able to see through it was another. It was mainly because Chun'an treated this relationship very seriously. Because he was serious, he was invested in it, and because he was invested in it, it was even more difficult to truly withdraw from it. "I'll go look for your Uncle War Demon and congratulate her when she gets married," said Chunzong with a smile. "Father, don't do that." Chun'an laughed bitterly once more. Chunzong spoke in a very relaxed manner, as if he really was going to congratulate her, but Chun'an understood the meaning behind it. It wasn't congratulation, but a slap to the face. Who was the War Demon? He was the master of the Lingwu Saints' world, and he controlled everything in the Lingwu Saints' world. To the living beings in the Lingwu Saints' world, he was a supreme and unrivaled existence. If he wanted to congratulate her in Chun'an's name, then it wouldn't be congratulation, and it would be a slap to the face. "Father, feelings can't be forced. She has the right to choose." Chun'an drank a mouthful of wine and spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. "It's her loss if she doesn't choose you." Chunzong smiled faintly. No matter what Chun'an's decision was, as a father, he would understand. Of course, if it wasn't the right decision, he would have to guide him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to care too much and would only need to support him. Chunzong's personality was relatively easygoing. This was his nature, and Chunzong would not force him to change it. It was good that he had his own understanding. To live, one did not necessarily have to live in a domineering and arrogant manner. Everyone had their own way of living. "Father, I remember that you seem to have hidden quite a bit of aged wine." Chun'an suddenly smiled, and it wasn't bitter anymore, and it even carried the mischievousness of a child. "You little brat." Chunzong immediately smiled and took out a jar of 1,000-year-old wine for Chun'an. This was a good wine left behind from the last epoch. It had been 1,000 years, and there wasn't much left. Drinking a jar meant one less jar. The father and son chatted as they drank. In the past few years, Chun'an had traveled and tempered himself, so he had gained his own knowledge. On the other hand, Chunzong had even more knowledge. "Are you going back with me, or do you want to continue traveling?" After they finished drinking, Chunzong asked, "Father, I want to continue traveling. Perhaps I'll be able to find a path to break through," Chun'an said. "All right." Chunzong nodded, and then he took a step forward and seemed to have escaped into the void as he vanished. Chun'an withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath. He stared at the surface of the river, then looked up into the sky, and he instantly revealed a wisp of a smile. After drinking and talking with his father, Chun'an felt as if he'd been suddenly enlightened. Perhaps the conversation from before was very casual, and there wasn't any specific topic, but unknowingly, he'd been affected to some extent. It was as if he'd been enlightened, and he'd instantly understood something, seen through something, and walked out of that shadow. As expected, there was still a huge gap between him and his father. It wasn't just the gap in cultivation and strength. There was also the gap in wisdom. After Chunzong returned, he directly told Yunyanxin that there was no need to worry about Chun'an because everything was fine. As for that small clan and that woman, Chunzong and Yunyanxin didn't intend to pay any attention to them. That was how matters of the heart were. The choice was entirely up to oneself. They weren't children, and they had to bear the corresponding consequences of their own actions. Chunzong and Yunyanxin weren't the kind of people who were unreasonable and overbearing. They wouldn't blame them or target them because of such matters. After all, they didn't have the right to do so. Who was Chunzong? He was a peerless genius of the human clan in the chaotic universe. He was a monstrous existence and the leader of a force, Taihao Mountain. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to the martial godlord, who was ranked first on the chaotic universe. Regardless of status or identity, he was a top figure below the demigod level in the chaotic universe. To the people of the spiritual martial sacred world, such an identity, such a status, and such strength was an unreachable existence. If one were to compare them, it would be like the difference between a firefly and the moon, like the difference between an insect and a true dragon. Would a true dragon be enraged by some insect provocation? No, it might even ignore it. Time passed slowly. 3 years later, a figure stood at the peak of the mountain. There were wisps of sword chi surging around him. Each wisp of sword chi contained an extremely mysterious sword essence. They gathered together and condensed into one. In an instant, it soared into the sky as if it was going to break the sky. That tyrannical sword essence contained a sense of detachment and freedom. A smile appeared on Chun'an's face. He had comprehended. He had finally comprehended and broken through. He had finally broken through. The truth of the great path. The truth of the sword principle. As soon as he comprehended, his cultivation realm broke through. His cultivation strength also began to transform and improve. It became more and more tyrannical, like wood turning into steel. His power increased tremendously. This part of the world seemed to have been cleansed. All the dust was wiped away. It became clearer in his perception. All kinds of mysteries seemed to be clearer in his perception. Those were the mysteries of the world, the mysteries of the great path. True divine realm. Chunan had finally broken through to the true divine realm. He had broken through to the true divine realm before the age of 100. Not to mention that there was no one in the entire Lingwu sacred world, even in the entire chaotic universe. There were only a handful of people who could do so. From then on, he was considered an expert. No matter where he was, it would be so. The true divine realm was an existence that had comprehended the truth of the universe. It was already a transformation of the level of life. It was completely different from the past. When Chunan broke through, Chunzong also felt it, and a smile appeared on his face. Compared to him, his son's cultivation speed was many times faster. Yuanzhan Universe City, Taihao Mountain. An unexpected guest had arrived. This person had a head of long hair and looked like a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were very deep, incomparably deep. The aura around him was restrained and obscure. There were 5 long swords on his back, which looked very conspicuous and eye-catching. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were many cultivators who carried swords on their backs. There were also cultivators who carried 2 or even 3 swords on their backs. However, it was rare to see cultivators carrying 5 long swords on their backs. "It's you." When 100 Swords God saw this person, he was first stunned. Then he said, "I wonder why Sword Emperor Wu Ju has come to Taihao Mountain." 100 Swords God was now an elder of Taihao Mountain. Naturally, he had a sense of belonging. His words were also based on Taihao Mountain. "I'm here to find you." The middle-aged man with 5 swords on his back said calmly. His tone was indifferent and seemed to overlap. "Last time, I was defeated by your sword. I went into seclusion to comprehend and created another sword. This sword will defeat you. In that case, let's fight." 100 Swords God immediately responded. Although he didn't look young, he wasn't very old. He was only about 1,000 years old. He just looked older. 100 Swords God was also a battle-hungry person. Sword Emperor Wu Ju was very strong. Back then, 100 Swords as one defeated him. It was a narrow victory. Sword Emperor Wu Ju lost, but he didn't admit defeat. After a period of seclusion, he came to find him. He wanted to defeat Hundred Swords God and regain his former glory. The Hundred Swords God monarch naturally had to inform Chunzong about this battle. Chunzong's original body wasn't there. The one in charge of Taihao Mountain was his incarnation. He immediately asked with a smile, "Can I watch?" The incarnation's cultivation and swordsmanship couldn't be improved through cultivation. However, it didn't stop him from watching. When the incarnation watched, the original body could also receive the corresponding information. This is the master of Taihao Mountain, Hundred Swords God introduced. Sure, Sword Emperor Wu Ju was different from Martial God Lord. He didn't mind someone watching the battle. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to Chunzong. After all, Sword Emperor Wu Ju was ranked second on the real chaotic ranking, while he was ranked third. Those below him were no match for him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to him. He didn't know Chunzong's true strength. Although this was just an incarnation, it had all the conventional combat power of Chunzong's original body. It was undoubtedly strong, even stronger than Sword Emperor Wu Ju. Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju were both sword cultivators. They were both very strong. Therefore, Chunzong was very interested in the battle between them. The location of the battle naturally wouldn't be in Taihao Mountain. It couldn't afford it. The void outside Primordial Slayer Cosmos City was relatively far away, so there were fewer people coming and going. After all, there weren't many true saints in Primordial Slayer Cosmos City, only a few. Saints below the true saint realm didn't dare to leave Primordial Slayer Cosmos City alone. As for Foundation Establishment and Transcendence, the difference was too great. If they left Primordial Slayer Cosmos City and entered the void, it would be suicide. Therefore, the possibility of such a battle being seen by others was very low. In the void, Chunzong's incarnation stood in the air, some distance away from Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju. As for Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju, they were thousands of meters away. The aura of the two continued to condense and increase, becoming more and more tyrannical. In an instant, two bursts of sword intent erupted. The fluctuations of these two bursts of sword intent were different, but they were both very tyrannical. In Chunzong's perception, they could be regarded as evenly matched, indicating that the strength of Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju were actually about the same. It was hard to say who would win or lose. At least, they hadn't started fighting yet. Only when the battle reached a certain extent could it be seen. The sword intent became more tyrannical and continued to erupt. Sword Emperor Wu Ju and Sword Emperor Wu Ju's eyes lit up at the same time. It was as if sword light was splitting the void. Chapter 3252. I'm going back to my hometown today, so I'm going to update slowly. On Bewildering Light Island in the Lingwu Sacred World, Chunzong's eyes stared at the sky. His eyes were deep and empty, as if he could see through the sky of the Lingwu Sacred World. He could see through everything and stare at the void outside the world. Chunzong wasn't looking at anything, but through his incarnation, he was sensing everything that his incarnation saw. The fierce battle between two peerless swordsmen. Outside the void of Yuanzhan Universe City, 100 Swords Divine Gentlemen controlled 100 sword lights. Each sword light displayed a different swordsmanship and carried a different sword essence to attack 5 Ultimate Swordmaster. 5 Ultimate Swordmaster looked cold and his body flickered. He held a sword in each hand. As the sword lights flew, one was like thunder and lightning, and the other was like an explosive flame. They kept slashing away the sword lights and quickly approached 100 Swords Divine Gentlemen. The other 3 swords seemed to be held by an invisible hand. They were unsheathed and released 3 different sword lights. One was cold and cruel, one was vigorous and heavy, and the other was boundlessly sharp. Violent, hot, cold, heavy, and sharp. 5 Ultimate. This was the 5 Ultimate Swordmasters, 5 Ultimate Swordmaster. 5 Ultimate Swordmaster was good at close combat, while 100 Swords Divine Gentleman was good at controlling the sword to attack. It was best to have a certain distance. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman had the advantage when maintaining a certain distance. However, if he was in close combat, 100 Swords Divine Gentleman's advantage was not obvious. The 5 Ultimate Divine Sword Sovereign kept closing in on Chunzong, while the 100 Swords Divine Lord kept widening the distance. He controlled the 100 Sword Lights to attack continuously. The 100 Sword Lights were like elite soldiers marching in a strict formation. They cooperated well when advancing and retreating, but they couldn't do anything to the 5 Ultimate Divine Sword Sovereign. With 2 swords in hand, he easily blocked any sword light. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman, show me what you've got. You can't do anything to me. 5 Ultimate Sword Master said. 10 swords. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman growled, and the 100 sword lights quickly condensed into 10. Each sword light emitted an aura that was stronger and more shocking. The sword essence was extremely terrifying. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju had experienced the power of the 10 swords. He felt that the aura emitted by the 10 swords was much stronger than before. At their level, being a little stronger was a good improvement. However, this was still not enough. It was still not enough to deal with him. The 100 Swords God also understood this. His expression immediately turned cold and stern. His eyes shone with a bright light that tore through everything like cold lightning. The 10 dazzling sword lights also approached in an instant and gathered. 100 Swords as one. This was the 5th level of the 100 Swords art. It was also the most powerful sword move that the 100 Swords Divine Emperor had mastered. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the sword intended emitted was even more terrifying. As the sword light vibrated at high speed, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Borrowing your sword, I'll comprehend a new sword. The godly sword saint of 5 treasures had a solemn look on his face. He could feel the shocking sword essence from the 100 swords return to 1. There was an indescribable excitement in his heart. At the same time, he said solemnly, I call this move the 5 senses void shattering. As godly sword saint Wu Ju finished speaking, the sword intent of the 5 divine swords exploded to the extreme. Then, they got close to each other and merged. The merging of the swords was the new unique skill that godly sword Saint Wu Ju had observed in the previous battle with the 100 Swords Divine Gentleman. In the end, it took him many years to comprehend it. It was also the most powerful sword move. It was because of this sword. That was why he came to challenge the 100 Swords Divine Gentleman to regain his former glory. Chunzong's incarnation stood in the distance and watched the battle with a solemn expression. Whether it was the 100 Swords as one of the 100 Swords Divine Gentlemen or the sword move that godly sword Saint Wu Ju had just performed, there was a terrifying power that spread out. It was very strong. Even he himself felt a strong sense of threat. Of course, it was only limited to the incarnation. The incarnation didn't have the ancient god sword armor and couldn't increase its strength. 100 Swords as one, void-shattering 5 senses. The shocking sword intent and power contained in the 5 divine swords of godly sword Saint Wu Ju merged and turned into an illusory sword shadow that quickly solidified. As the sword body trembled, it tore and collapsed, revealing a dark abyss as if it was connected to the 9 nether abyss. A terrifying destructive power was also spreading out. This was the ultimate destruction. Interesting. Chunzong's incarnation suddenly thought. Godly sword Saint Wu Ju's void-shattering 5 senses was similar to his all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses. However, compared to all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses, there was still a gap. After all things in heaven and earth to void-shattering 5 senses was created by him many years ago. After repeated improvements, it had reached an extreme. However, godly sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 senses void-shattering 5 senses was just the beginning. It was still relatively rough, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. As Chunzong thought, 100 Swords Divine Gentleman's 100 Swords as one and godly sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 senses void-shattering 5 senses erupted with extreme power and they directly attacked. Collision. In just an instant, The two ultimate moves collided, and an incomparably terrifying might erupted. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and the void was split into many fragments. The fragments revealed even more pitch-black darkness, as if they had penetrated into the depths of the void, and a dense aura of destruction permeated the air. A terrifying storm of sword chi also swept in all directions, shattering everything. Even Chun Zong's incarnation, who was tens of thousands of meters away, could clearly feel the terrifying power. There were also chaotic sword chi shooting through the air. Chun Zong's incarnation did not dodge. Instead, he flicked his finger and shattered the sword chi that was attacking him. This power is enough to kill a top true Saint Realm expert. Chun Zong could not help but think. The power of the scattered sword chi was indeed terrifying. When the sword chi storm gradually quieted down and finally calmed down, the darkness gradually disappeared and the broken void slowly healed. 100 Swords, Divine Gentleman, and Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju were still thousands of meters away from each other, but the sword essence on their bodies slowly converged. The battle was over. In the collision just now, Chun Zong's incarnation had also clearly seen that the 100 Swords God Monarch had lost. Because of the collision of the swords, Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju had the upper hand, and 100 Swords Divine Gentleman was at a disadvantage. However, it could not be considered a defeat. After all, the two of them were only challenging each other, not fighting to the death. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would not be so easy to determine the winner. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman and Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's strength was actually about the same. Every time they won or lost, there was a bit of luck involved. This time, 100 Swords Divine Gentleman was indeed inferior. In the collision of the two unique skills, he was a little weaker and suffered a stronger attack. However, Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju did not win. In short, strictly speaking, it was a draw. When I perfect this sword, I can truly defeat you. Defeat you. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's 5 swords returned to their sheaths. A pair of extremely sharp eyes stared 100 Swords Divine Gentleman and said slowly, "At that time, my only opponent will be Martial Godlord." Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju was very clear about Martial Godlord's strength because he had challenged him once. After that, he did not challenge him again. It was because Martial Godlord was not his opponent under normal conditions. However, Martial Godlord could beat him up after he unleashed his power. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's strength had increased a lot so far, but he did not challenge Martial Godlord again. There was no other reason but because he was not confident. Mountain Master is stronger than me. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman did not agree with Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's words. He immediately shook his head and said, Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Chun Zong, who was 10,000 meters away. He could not believe it, but he felt that 100 Swords Divine Gentleman would not lie to him because there was no need for that. Such a thing could be verified. Mountain Master fought with Martial God Lord not long ago. 100 Swords Divine Gentleman spoke again. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju's pupils constricted as he stared at Chun Zong. Who won? His voice was a little hoarse. There was no winner. Chun Zong's incarnation took a step forward and approached Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly, with a faint smile on his face. There was no winner, but it did not mean that it was a draw. Did Martial God Lord unleash his strength? Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju asked again. Are you referring to his bloodline power? Chun Zong asked back. Martial God Lord had demonic bloodline power. This was not something that everyone knew. In fact, if one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not know. Moreover, even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would not know what kind of bloodline it was without enough understanding. Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju did not know what kind of bloodline it was. He only knew that it was a tyrannical and terrifying bloodline. Knowing Martial Godlord's bloodline power, there was a high chance that he had really fought with Martial Godlord. Your 5 Ju void-shattering technique is interesting. Chun Zong smiled and said, however, it is still not enough. The moment his voice fell, Chun Zong drew his sword and used all things in heaven and earth to ruins. Countless traces were torn in the void. These traces were very thin, like strands of hair, but they were also very deep. Strands of terrifying destructive power were drawn out and integrated into the sword. The destructive power that filled the void caused the void to tremble. It also caused the expressions of Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju and Godly Sword Saint Wu Ju to change. Strong, extremely tyrannical. The sword power of this sword that could destroy everything was much more tyrannical than the 5 extinction void shattering that the 5 extinction divine sword sovereign had just used. Moreover, it had a feeling of perfection. Immediately, the 5 extinction divine sword sovereign's eyes widened in excitement. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, he seemed to have thought of something and could not say anything for a moment. Chunzong maintained a smile and did not speak. The reason why Chunzong used all things in heaven and earth to ruins was because he had his own purpose. Godly Sword, Saint Wu Ju. A peerless swordsman whose strength was not inferior to Godly Sword, Saint Wu Ju. If such a person could become a member of Taihao Mountain, then Taihao Mountain's foundation would undoubtedly be much more enriched. It would be of great benefit to Taihao Mountain. The current Taihao Mountain was still not strong enough because its foundation was insufficient. It would take a long time to cultivate enough powerful true saints. Before that, if it could further enrich and strengthen Taihao Mountain and improve its foundation, it would also shorten the time it took for Taihao Mountain to rise and strengthen. Chapter 3253. The 5 Ultimate Divine Sword Sovereign issued a challenge to Chunzong, and Chunzong agreed. A battle. Chunzong's single-hearted sword technique was extremely intricate. It was even more terrifying than the 100 Swords technique of the 100 Swords technique of the 100 Swords Divine Sovereign. At least to the 5 Ultimate Swords Divine Sovereign, his 5 Ultimate Swords technique was completely useless against his opponent. Instead, he was gradually suppressed as the battle continued. Single-hearted sword principle was superb, and it could be used as one wished. It was best at grasping the timing and controlling the rhythm. In terms of swordsmanship, Chunzong's single-hearted sword principle had been improved over and over again, and he had fought with primordial evil God many times. He had been sharpened like never before, and even martial god Lord couldn't be compared to Chunzong. 5 Ultimate Sword King's swordsmanship was superb, but it was still inferior to Chunzong. Moreover, when 5 Ultimate Sword King fought with Sword God Lord, Chunzong had seen some of the 5 Ultimate Sword Principle's profundity. 5 Ultimate Sword King had no choice but to perform his strongest move, 5 Ultimate Void Shattering Sword. However, the result surprised and disappointed him. Defeated. 5 Ultimate Sword King was defeated by Chunzong. 5 Ultimate Sword King was surprised. However, he shouldn't be a match for Martial God Lord with such strength. He was disappointed because Chunzong hadn't used that sword move, which could have given him more comprehension and allowed him to further perfect the 5 Ultimate Void Shattering Sword move. Divine Sword Sovereign Wujue was defeated before he could even use that strike. Back then, when he fought with Xian Yin Divine Palace Master, Xian Yin Divine Palace, Chunzong wasn't as strong as Xian Yin Divine Palace Master, let alone 5 Ultimate Sword King. But then, Chunzong's strength kept increasing, and he was several times stronger than before. He could defeat 5 Ultimate Sword King without ancient god sword armor, even if it wasn't easy. In the end, 5 Ultimate Sword King was the first to speak. He wanted to comprehend Chunzong's move, and Chunzong could name his conditions. In response, Chunzong only smiled and did not agree directly. He let Sword Saint Wu Ju state the price himself. 5 Ultimate Sword Saint was speechless for a moment. 5 Ultimate Void Shattering was his most powerful sword move. It was a new unique skill. If he could perfect it to the extreme, then his strength would increase significantly. By then, defeating the 100 Swords God would not be a problem. However, to further perfect the 5 arts of void shattering was not an easy task. If he were to rely on his own comprehension, he would need a very long time. If he had a reference, it would be different and the time would be greatly shortened. He and Qinzong were neither relatives nor friends, so how could he let Qinzong teach him the secret of that sword move for free? After thinking hard, Sword Sovereign Wu Ju and 100 Sword Sovereign Wu Ju had a discussion. Taihao Mountain's potential for development is pretty good. Instead of answering the question, Swords God smiled and said, I like the atmosphere here very much. I can also exchange swordsmanship with Hill Master from time to time. The divine sword saint of 5 treasures was startled at first. Then he fell into deep thought. Mountain Lord, I am willing to become a consecrator of Taihao Mountain, the 5 ultimate sword masters said directly after finding Qinzong. A consecrator? Qinzong nodded after hearing that. He felt that it was a pity. It would be better if he could become an elder, as an elder would be one of them. However, it could be seen that this should be the upper limit of the 5 ultimate sword master. A consecrator, it was relatively free. However, with the identity and strength of the 5 ultimate sword master, it was not bad to become a consecrator of Taihao Mountain. Even those powerful forces with demigod experts would find it difficult to find the 5 ultimate sword master. A consecrator with the strength of the 5 ultimate sword master. In exchange, Qinzong would also teach the 5 ultimate sword master some of the secrets of the return of all things to void shattering. Everyone was happy. In the Ancient Research Alliance, Qinzong, who had the identity of an elder, was looking for information about the prehistoric universe. Ever since he joined the Ancient Research Alliance, Qinzong suddenly became interested in the prehistoric universe. He would study it from time to time, which was also a form of pleasure. At his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. Every bit of improvement required him to put in a lot of effort. As for breaking through to the next level, he still could not find any clear clues. Qinzong also hoped to find an opportunity in the prehistoric universe to comprehend by analogy. Stones from other mountains could be used to improve jade. The Ancient Research Alliance had been established for many years, and there were many people who studied the prehistoric universe. Therefore, there was a lot of information gathered here. Qinzong had the identity of an elder, so it was not difficult for him to read and understand the information. This was a great convenience. Today, the founder of the Ancient Research Alliance, who was also the Alliance Master of the Ancient Research Alliance, came and directly looked for Qinzong. Elder Gio, I have something to talk to you about. Digio did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Please speak, Alliance Master. Qinzong was the same. During this period of time, you should be looking for an opportunity to enter the Deva Universe Era Fragment Relic or the Demon Universe Era Fragment Relic, Digio said without any hesitation. At his level, there was no need to play tricks with existences below the level of demigod. If there was anything he wanted to say, he could just say it directly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Of course, there were some demigods who liked to play tricks on others. Digio was obviously not that kind of demigod. Hearing Digio's words, Qinzong's expression did not change. With Digio's status, it was easy for him to get such information. I can recommend you once. Digio's voice rang out, confirming Qinzong's guess. However, it also made Qinzong happy. A demigod's recommendation. Wasn't this what he wanted, but did not know how to get? Although he was happy, Qinzong did not lose his mind. Instead, he asked calmly, what do I need to pay in return? I need Tianhun and Demonic Soul, Digio said calmly. Tianhun and Demonic Soul? Qinzong frowned slightly. He had never heard of it. Tianhun is the crystallization of the divine soul condensed under certain conditions after the death of the celestial clan. Demonic soul is the crystallization of the divine soul condensed under certain conditions after the death of the demonic clan. Digio explained simply. No matter if it's Tianhun or demonic soul, they're both very precious and difficult to obtain. You can consider it. I accept. Qinzong's thoughts changed. He immediately made a decision and replied in an unwavering tone. There was nothing to consider, and there was no need to worry too much. He just had to accept it. Entering the Celestial Era Fragment Relic and the Demonic Era Fragment Relic was what he wanted. This was because it concerned whether he could continue to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique and whether the ancient god sword armor could be further improved, allowing him to obtain more tyrannical power. The world of cultivators could be said to be complicated, but it could also be said to be simple. Complexity and simplicity were relative. It was related to power. When one's power was very, very strong, complicated things would become simple. When one's power was very weak, simple things would also become complicated. It was normal to have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Go to the Tianji Tower in the ancient primal chaos city and find a person named Lei Huan. He will take you to the ancient god dynasty, Di Gio said. As soon as he finished speaking, his body that was shrouded in mist quickly disappeared. Ancient primal chaos city. Qinzong's consciousness also dispersed. He left the ancient god alliance and returned to his body. In the territory of the human clan and the origin clan, there were a few primal chaos city. There were 3 earliest and largest primal chaos city. They were the ancient primal chaos city, the sky heart primal chaos city, and the all emptiness primal chaos city. This was because they directly corresponded to the 3 great god dynasties. As for entering an ancient region, one had to enter the 3 great god dynasties first. As for entering the 3 great god dynasties, it was not an easy task. It was impossible without a guide. But now, he had obtained such an opportunity. As for whether or not to join the 3 great god dynasties, he would think about it when the time came. The main purpose was to obtain the opportunity to enter the celestial era fragment relic and the demonic era fragment relic. That was all. Ninshin, I have to go out again. This time, I don't know how long it will take. On the Lost Light Island in the Lingwu Sacred World, Chunzong said to Yu Ninshin, "Do you plan to leave with me, or continue to stay here?" "I'll leave too," Yu Ninshin said after thinking for a while. As for Shaolin, it's up to him. Soon, Chunzong contacted Chunin. "Father, I'll leave too," Chunin said after thinking for a while. Now that he was a true Sage Realm expert, his outstanding talent, bloodline, and solid foundation made Chun and strength stronger than an ordinary true Sage Realm expert. In the Lingwu Sacred World, it was no longer effective for him to gain experience. It would be better to enter the chaotic universe. As for Chun Jingtang and Chun Chuyun, under Chun Zong's guidance and resources over the years, their cultivation had improved significantly. Both of them had reached the low-level Saint Rudiment realm. After all, their talent was too low. Otherwise, with the resources and guidance provided by Chun Zong, it would not be difficult for them to reach the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. They could not leave the Lingwu Sacred World. In the Lingwu Sacred World, there was the blessing of the world will. Their lifespan could be extended many times. If they left the Lingwu Sacred World, they would immediately lose the blessing of the world will. Their lifespan would be reduced, and they would rapidly age and die in a short time. After all, Chun Zhongtang and Chen Chuyun's lifespan had already exceeded it. Fortunately, now that they knew the location of the Lingwu Sacred World and Chun Zong had obtained the authorization of the War Devil, he could enter and leave the Lingwu Sacred World at will. As a result, he could visit his father and sister from time to time. They would not be separated for thousands of years like before. After being together for so many years, although Chun Jingtang and Chun Chuyun were reluctant to part, they did not ask him to stay because they knew that they would meet again in the future. "Shaolin, don't come alone next time," Chun Chuyun teased. "Auntie, maybe the next time I come, you'll be my auntie," Chunin also teased himself. "Then you'll have to work hard," Chun Chuyun said with a smile. When it came to parting, there was no deep reluctance. After all, it was just a short separation. With Yu Ninshin and Chunin, Chun Zong and his family bid farewell to their father and elder sister. Chun Zong's family of 3 flew up into the sky and rapidly flew towards the sky of the Lingwu Sacred World. Under the gaze of Chun Zhongtang and Chun Chuyun, they flew higher and higher and flew further and further. Finally, they turned into 3 small black dots and then disappeared. Chun Jingtang withdrew his gaze and let out a long breath. Speaking of which, he was actually very lucky. He had lived for a long time and witnessed many changes. Chapter 3254. Ancient Primal Chaos City was very vast. It was like a country. It was much older and bigger than the other Primal Chaos cities. Only Sky Heart Primal Chaos City and All Emptiness Primal Chaos City could compare to it. This was the first time Chunzong came to Ancient Primal Chaos City. Although he had teleported to many Primal Chaos cities before, he had never been to the three major Primal Chaos cities. The aura of Ancient Primal Chaos City was different from the other Primal Chaos cities he had been to before. After Chunzong walked out of Time and Space Palace, he walked towards Tianji Tower while appreciating the aura of Ancient Primal Chaos City. The Tianji Tower in Ancient Primal Chaos City was more than 10 times bigger than Yuan Zenuniverse City. They were not on the same level at all. "I'm looking for Lei Huan," Chunzong said after entering Tianji Tower. "Wait a moment," the receptionist in Tianji Tower said immediately. Not long after, he said to Chunzong, "Elder Lei wants you to see him. Come with me." Lei Huan was the elder of the Tianji sect, an elder with real power. He was also a perfected, true Sage Realm expert. As for his strength, it was not clear because his aura was somewhat obscure and it was difficult to make an accurate judgment. Lei Huan's body was not tall or strong. On the contrary, he was a short and skinny old man. However, he looked serious and cold. He gave people the feeling that he had a bad temper. He did not seem easy to get along with. "The Supreme Lord has already told me." Lei Huan saw Chunzong and asked for Chunzong's name. After confirming, he said, "You've come at the right time. In 3 days, I'll go back to God Dynasty. Come with me." "Thank you, Elder Lei." Chunzong did not care about the other's attitude. During these 3 days, Chunzong traveled around Ancient Primal Chaos City. He wanted to know more about this city and increase his knowledge and experience. When the time was up, Chunzong went to Tianji Tower to find Elder Lei Huan. "Come with me," Elder Lei Huan said to Chunzong. Chunzong found that other than himself, there were 2 other people following Elder Lei Huan. They were a man and a woman. They seemed to belong to the younger generation. The man was handsome and the woman was heroic. The man glanced at Chunzong and ignored him, but the woman took the initiative to talk. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't reject her. After a simple conversation, they both knew each other's identities. Chunzong had reported his identity as the Mountain Lord of Mount Taihao and the Unparalleled Sword Saint. These identities did not cause any reaction. Chunzong even saw a look of disapproval on the man's face. The man's name was Fei Jun. He was a disciple of the Fei family, the #1 family in Ancient Primal Chaos City. He had a high status in the Fei family. He was a perfected true saint, but he was not on the real Primal Chaos list. However, Chunzong felt that he was very strong. He was not inferior to some of the experts on the real Primal Chaos list. As for the heroic-looking woman, she was the daughter of the Ancient Primal Chaos City Master. Her name was Zhongli, and her name was Yu. She was also an expert at the perfect true saint realm. She was not on the Primal Chaos real role, but Chunzong felt that she was not weak. At least, she was not weaker than Fei Jun. Chunzong could not help but think. Why were the 2 people who gave him such a feeling not on the real Primal Chaos list? Were they not strong enough to be on the real Primal Chaos list? Or was there another reason? Chunzong thought of himself. If Snow Tao's priest had not wanted to destroy Taihao Mountain and kill him, he would not have been defeated and he would not be on the real Primal Chaos list. On the real Primal Chaos list. After all, being on the real Primal Chaos list did not have any tangible benefits other than reputation. For example, in the outer universe of the previous universe era, being on the list would have been favored by the universe will. That was a tangible benefit. That was why Chunzong was interested in taking the initiative to be on the list and continuously improving his ranking until he reached first place. As for now, Chunzong was not weak. He was not inferior to Martial Godlord, who was ranked first on the real Primal Chaos list. However, he did not insist on improving his ranking. All his improvements were passive. The chaotic universe was so big, there were so many lives and so many cultivators. Some people chased after fame and fortune, while others were indifferent to fame and fortune. Others were restricted by certain rules. In short, Fei Jun and Zhong Liu should have the strength to be on the real primal chaos list. However, due to personal reasons or certain rules, they were not on the list. Then, how many people like Fei Jun and Zhong Liu were there? There should not be many. Fei Jun had a sense of superiority due to his extraordinary background. Zhong Liu's background was not inferior to Fei Jun's, but his temperament was different. This time, they were going to follow Lei Huan to the ancient divine dynasty. Under Lei Huan's lead, the four of them boarded a primal chaos ship and flew out of the ancient primal chaos city at an astonishing speed of several million meters per second. They quickly flew into the depths of the void. Lei Huan did not speak much in the ship. Fei Jun would only take the initiative to talk to Zhong Liu, treating Chun Zong as if he did not exist. Chun Zong did not feel unhappy, nor did he feel anything. He also ignored Fei Jun. On the other hand, Zhong Liu would take the initiative to talk to Chun Zong every few days. Every time Zhong Liu and Chun Zong talked, Fei Jun would come over and stay by their side. His expression did not change, but Chun Zong could acutely sense Fei Jun's displeasure. Chun Zong did not care about this. Respect between people was mutual. When you look down on others, they might not look down on you. As such, the primal chaos ship flew at an astonishing speed continuously for half a month before stopping and arriving at its destination. It was a fixed platform in the void. It was circular in shape and about 10,000 meters in diameter. It looked very large. The entire platform seemed to be cast from one piece. It was a simple silver-gray color with many dark golden patterns on it. They were extremely complex, starting from the center and ending at the center. Traces of faintly discernible aura lingered on this ancient, silver-gray, dark gold rune platform. There was no one on the platform. Lei Huan led Chun Zong and the other two out of the primal chaos ship and landed on the ancient silver-gray platform. Lord Guling, Lei Huan said in a respectful tone. Chun Zong's gaze swept across, but he did not see anyone else. He also did not find anyone with his primal chaos heart force. "Oh, who is it that disturbed my sleep?" An ancient and deep voice rang out. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a figure that was unexpected. Logically speaking, the owner of the voice should be a burly man or an old man. However, the one who appeared in front of everyone was a child. A child with red lips and white teeth who looked extremely adorable. The strong contrast caused Chun Zong and the other two to be stunned. Lei Huan's expression was normal. Obviously, he already knew or had seen it before. Staring at the child like Lord Guling, Chun Zong could not sense his aura. It was as if he did not exist. Under his primal chaos heart force, he could only see with his eyes. Chun Zong could not help but feel a chill down his spine. This meant that either the other party's level was far higher than his, or the person in front of him was just a shadow. Lord Guling, I am Elder Lei Huan of the Divine Mystery Tower of the Ancient God Dynasty. I am returning to the Ancient God Dynasty headquarters. I am heading back to the Divine Mystery Tower, Lei Huan said respectfully. These three people were recommended by the Lord of the Divine Mystery Tower. Lord Guling, who had the appearance of a cute little doll, turned her big eyes. After sweeping across Chun Zong and the other two, she paused on Chun Zong for a moment before nodding her head. She then said in an ancient and deep voice, "You're not bad." After saying that, Lord Guling waved his hand, and a rumbling sound rang out. The entire platform trembled, and the crisscrossing dark golden lines on it seemed to have come alive. It was as if a force was being absorbed from the void and poured into the ancient silver-gray platform. The force flowed through the dark golden lines to the center. In the buzzing sound, the center of the ancient silver-gray platform rotated as if it had opened something. Then, the shadow of a door slowly floated up. The illusory door gave Chun Zong and the others an extremely ancient feeling. It was as if it had come from an ancient time and had descended to the current world. It also contained an extremely mysterious and unfathomable might. When the door completely appeared, it quickly condensed into an ancient silver-gray door. It was 10 meters tall and had countless dark golden lines carved on it. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. The door slowly opened, and a dazzling but not blinding light shot out from the door. It was as if the divine light was shining on the void. When the divine light fell on Chunzong and the other two, they immediately felt an indescribable warmth. It was as if the eternal sunlight penetrated deep into their bodies. "Okay, you can go in," Lord Guling said, and then yawned. "Thank you, Lord Guling." Lei Huan immediately bowed in a respectful manner. Then he looked at Chunzong and the other two and said coldly, "Follow me." After that, Lei Huan strode towards the ancient, mysterious door and stepped into it. Fei Jun blocked Chunzong's path and gestured for Zhong Liu to go first. Zhong Liu did not avoid him and stepped into the door. Fei Jun followed closely behind. Chunzong was the last to enter. Chunzong did not care whether he entered earlier or later. Fei Jun's actions were undoubtedly childish in Chunzong's eyes, and he was too lazy to argue with him. After all, he did not really violate Chunzong's interests. As Chunzong took a step forward, he stepped into the ancient and mysterious door. His figure sank into the endless divine radiance of the door and disappeared. Lady Guling, who had the appearance of a cute little doll, yawned as she watched Chunzong's figure disappear. She waved her hand again, and the door's divine radiance quickly dimmed before it slowly sank down. What an interesting sword cultivator. He's very unusual. Lord Guling opened his mouth and said, "I don't know what will happen after going to the Divine Dynasty. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm so sleepy. I can't sleep enough. I'll go back to sleep. I hope no one will disturb my sleep in a short time." Chapter 3255. It was as if he had crossed the barrier between two worlds, passing through the obstacles of time and space to arrive in another world. There was nothing in front of him. It was like darkness, but it quickly receded. When light appeared, Chunzong found himself on a round platform. It was the same simple silver-gray platform that he had seen before. The platform floated in the air about a few hundred meters above the ground. The sky was high and blue, clear and cloudless, giving people the feeling that it was so clear, so bright, and so boundless, as if it was endless and could accommodate everything. Chunzong felt that the sky in front of him was a sky that he had never seen before. The sky in any other world had never been so clear. The aura here was also very pure. Perhaps the chi of heaven and earth here was not the densest he had ever felt, but it was not bad either. It was very pure and did not contain any impurities. His entire body was enveloped by such pure yuan qi, and he was being nourished invisibly, giving him a comfortable feeling. Chunzong could not help but sigh. If one was born in a place like this, they would most likely have extraordinary talent. Their future cultivation path would also be smoother. At the very least, their chances of breaking through to the true saint realm would be many times higher than in the outside world. This was the difference created by the environment. A cultivator's cultivation was closely related to their talent, environment, resources, inheritance, and many other factors. A superior cultivation environment would make the cultivation path smoother and easier to improve. Similarly, a superior cultivation environment would also increase the chances of a cultivation genius being born. This was also why those forces like to build their headquarters in places with rich chi of heaven and earth. They would also do everything possible to create various formations to improve their cultivation environment. "Follow me." Lei Huan's voice rang out. He took a step forward, and Chunzong and the other two immediately followed him. They flew down the platform and landed on the ground. This was a land with mountains, rivers, and forests. It was one of the three divine dynasties, the ancient reflection divine dynasty. There was an ancient charm everywhere, as if it had existed since time immemorial. "I will bring you to the ancient reflection palace." Whether you can stay or not will depend on your own abilities. Lei Huan said with a cold expression, "The great Lord has only given you this one chance. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own luck." Ancient Illumination Palace? Chunzong was slightly startled, but soon recovered. The Ancient Illumination Palace was built by the ancient god dynasty to nurture geniuses. Zhong Liu seemed to have noticed Chunzong's confusion, so he immediately explained, "The Ancient Illumination Hall is divided into the outer hall and the inner hall. The inner hall disciples are basically from the ancient Illumination God dynasty, while the outer hall disciples are basically people who were recommended by the outside world." After hearing Zhong Liu's explanation, Chunzong immediately understood. In other words, his next destination was the Ancient Illumination Hall, and he had to join it. However, there seemed to be some sort of assessment, and it did not mean that he would be able to enter the Ancient Illumination Hall. Along the way, Chunzong also saw other people and immediately felt that something was different. Their auras were different. His, Fei Jun's, and Zhong Liu's auras were out of place with the auras here. However, the auras of the others were different, and they were very compatible. Perhaps it was because it was their first time entering the ancient Illumination God dynasty, and they were considered as outsiders. Under Lei Huan's lead, they passed through a wide, long street and finally stopped at the end of it. There was a group of ancient and huge palaces. The main gate of the palace complex was 100 meters tall. It was majestic, and there were 3 big words on the plaque. Each stroke was bold and powerful, and they all exuded a strong, ancient charm, as if they contained endless mysteries. It was not easy to enter the Ancient Illumination Hall, but Lei Huan was from the Ancient Illumination God dynasty, and he had a demigod's recommendation. Naturally, he could bring Chunzong and the other 2 in. Test. The first step in order to stay was to have their bloodline tested. The bloodline test was not to test whether or not one had a unique bloodline talent. The most important thing was to test whether or not one had a human bloodline. The Ancient Illumination God dynasty was the dynasty of the human race. It only accepted humans and excluded all other races. Of course, it did not mean that other races could not enter the Ancient Illumination God dynasty. Those who could enter either had to become a demigod or become a follower or servant of a human. The conditions were more stringent than those of the human race. As for the Ancient Illumination Hall, only those with a human bloodline could become a member. The bloodline test also tested whether or not one had other bloodlines besides the human bloodline. For example, Yun Yanxin was a human, but she had the bloodline of the star-scorching True Phoenix, which did not conflict with the human bloodline. In terms of bloodline test, Chunzong had a pure human bloodline. Fei Jun and Zhong Liu had other bloodlines besides the human bloodline, but there was no doubt that they were also pure human bloodline. There was no doubt about that. Passing the bloodline test was only the first step. The second step was to test one's strength. Without enough strength, one would not be qualified to enter the Ancient Illumination Hall. "Defeat it and you'll pass the test," a voice reminded him. Chunzong was in a spacious secret room. A figure stood in front of Chunzong. It was a figure with an expressionless face and looked very numb. Chunzong could not feel any vitality from the figure. It was a puppet that looked no different from a human. The puppet held a saber and had a condensed aura. All Chunzong had to do was defeat the saber puppet. Only by defeating it would he be considered to have passed the test. He could not judge the strength of the saber puppet based on its aura alone. He would only know if he fought it. Chunzong was not afraid. The saber puppet's expression was extremely indifferent. Its body moved. It seemed a little stiff, but it was extremely fast. In an instant, it had crossed dozens of meters. Its body and saber became one, turning into a dazzling saber light. It emitted a terrifying saber will, as if it was going to cut the sky and the earth. This slash was very decisive. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, pressing forward courageously. It was as if he had given up everything just to slash out this extreme slash. This extreme slash was only for the sake of killing the enemy. He did not care about the consequences and did not care about the price. Such a decisive saber will immediately made Chunzong's expression change slightly, but he did not dodge. The heavenly sword was unsheathed in an instant, bringing a dazzling sword light with it as it broke through the air. At the moment when the saber and sword collided, there was a slight pause. In the next moment, the sword light burst out and attacked again. Under the single-hearted sword technique, the saber puppet was defeated and was beheaded by the sword. Its strength is not bad. It can at least be listed on the real chaos ranking, Chunzong said to himself with a solemn expression. The saber puppet's strength was indeed not bad, but it was nothing to Chunzong. It was like an ant that he could defeat and kill with one strike. The point was that if the strength test was to be taken, it could not be taken seriously. If the core test was so difficult, it meant that there was a problem. The disciples of Ancient Illumination Palace were at least listed on the real chaos ranking. There were countless cultivators in the entire territory of the human clan, but there were only 100 spots on the real chaos ranking. Although it did not mean that only 100 people had the strength to be listed on the real chaos ranking, it was estimated that there were only a little more than 100 people, or even less than 200 people. In addition, if one were to include those who were not listed on the real chaos list due to various reasons, it was estimated that there were only 200 or 300 people. If there were more, it would be no more than 300. This was Chunzong's own speculation. Now, if one wanted to enter the Ancient Illumination Palace, they had to be on the real chaos ranking. He did not know how many disciples there were in the Ancient Illumination Palace. If there were many disciples, did it mean that there were many people in the Ancient Illumination Palace who were on the real chaos ranking? Chunzong suppressed the doubts in his heart. He knew that as long as he became a disciple of the Ancient Illumination Palace, he would know more. At that time, he would have an answer to his speculation. However, his speculation was possible. The cultivation environment here was obviously better than the outside world. It was very likely that the inheritance here was better than the outside world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control such a vast territory. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart wavered. In the outside world, there were very few people below the demigod realm who could be his opponent other than the martial godlord. There might not even be a few people who could be his opponent. In this place, there might be even more people who were at the true saint realm who were stronger than him. He was not afraid of people who were stronger than him. He was afraid that he was already invincible. When he stepped out of the secret room, Fei Jun and Zhong Liu had already come out. When they saw Chunzong, a look of disdain flashed across Fei Jun's face. He thought that Chunzong was not strong enough, which was why he had wasted some time. Little did he know that Chunzong wanted to experience the strength of the Warblade puppet, which was why he had wasted some time. Otherwise, he could have defeated the Warblade puppet with one strike. Congratulations on passing the strength test. This is your disciple token. From now on, you are the outer disciples of the Ancient Illumination Palace. A puppet that looked like a real person said. It handed Chunzong and the others a pitch-black medallion each. On one side of the medallion was the word Ancient Reflection, and on the other side was the image of an ancient, lofty palace. Refine the disciple token, and you will know all the rules of the Ancient Illumination Palace. The puppet said again, and then retreated. Chunzong channeled his strength into the black token and began to refine it. The refining process was very smooth. In just a few breaths, the refining was completed. The black token seemed to have melted and merged into Chunzong's palm, forming a black brand on the back of his left hand. This way, he could ensure that the token would not be easily lost. At the same time, a message was transmitted from the token and received by Chunzong. It was about some introduction and rules of the Ancient Illumination Palace. In just a short time, Chunzong had a more intuitive understanding of the Ancient Illumination Palace. This method saved him a lot of trouble. He did not need to go through so much trouble to inquire. It saved him a lot of time and effort. Of course, if he wanted to know more or even all the secrets, he would need to inquire on his own. The token only gave him some basic information, which was equivalent to general knowledge. It seems that you have all passed the test. Lei Huan glanced at the backs of the three people's hands and nodded. His tone did not seem as cold as before, and he seemed to be about to smile. In that case, don't let the Lord down. Chapter 32:56. Since it's the Spring Festival, the Six Realms would like to wish everyone a happy new year and a smooth new year. May you stay away from the virus and be healthy. When you go out, remember to make all kinds of antivirus preparations. Wear a mask and wash your hands frequently. Chunzong stayed in the outer hall of the ancient reflection hall of the ancient reflection god dynasty. His connection with his incarnation was not cut off, so they could still exchange information. However, the ancient reflection hall had its own rules, or rather, the rules of the ancient god dynasty. That was, information about the ancient reflection god dynasty was not allowed to be leaked to the outside world. In fact, the three god dynasties all had such rules. This was also why the outside world did not know much about the three god dynasties. Most of the cultivators in the outside world knew about the existence of the ancient region and the three god dynasties, but they did not have a clear idea. It was just like an immortal country. The poor commoners knew about the existence of the emperor, but the concept was very vague. They might not even see the emperor for the rest of their lives. In the void, only those who had great power and high status were qualified to know more about the three god dynasties. However, they could not be as detailed as the people of the three god dynasties. Only those who had truly entered the three god dynasties and become a member were qualified to know. Entering the ancient reflection hall and becoming a disciple meant that one had officially entered the ancient reflection god dynasty and had the corresponding status. If Chunzong wanted to enter the celestial universe era fragment or the demon universe era fragment, the prerequisite was to become a member of the three god dynasties. There was no way to avoid this path. Fortunately, he had been recommended by demigod Digio. Although it was a deal, he had gotten what he wanted. As for the content of the deal, there was no time limit. This was because the prerequisite was that Chunzong could enter the celestial universe era fragment or the demon universe era fragment. If he could not enter, everything would be empty talk. To Digio, there was no obvious loss. It was just a recommendation. However, if there was no conflict of interest or if there was no relationship, a demigod like Digio would not casually recommend him. Even if one entered the celestial universe era fragment relic or the demonic universe era fragment relic, one might not be able to obtain a heaven soul or a devil soul. Even Digio said that it was very difficult to obtain a heaven soul or a devil soul. As for why Digio did not enter personally, with his demigod-level abilities, it should be easier for him to obtain the heaven soul and devil soul. This was because demigod-level existences could not easily enter the fragment relics of the prehistoric universe era. This was because the power of demigod-level elites was too strong, and the fragment relics were often unable to withstand it. However, if they restricted their powers, they might encounter unpredictable dangers. There is a certain risk of dying inside, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Almost no demigod would take such a risk. Since he couldn't enter, he could only place his hopes on others. Chunzong, Fei Jun, and Zhong Liu stayed in the outer hall of the ancient illumination palace. Each of them had a secret palace where they could live, cultivate, and so on. Once the formation was activated, they would not disturb each other, and it would not be easy to force their way in. This is amazing. Within the secret palace, Chunzong exclaimed. After the formation was activated, it operated in a mysterious manner. For a moment, even with Chunzong's abilities, he could not see through its mystery. He could only instinctively feel that, with his abilities, he would not be able to break through and would most likely be trapped inside. Indeed, this formation belonged to the category of trapping formations. It did not have much destructive power, but it was still amazing. The ancient illumination palace is divided into the inner and outer halls. There are more than 300 disciples in the inner hall. There are fewer disciples in the outer hall, but there are still more than 400 of them. Chunzong was secretly shocked. The strength test previously stated that one had to have the strength of the outside world's real chaos ranking board to pass. Thus, there were more than 700 disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace who had the strength of the outside world's real chaos ranking board. What a shocking number. It was even more than the outside world. Moreover, this was only the ancient Illumination Palace of the ancient Illumination God Dynasty. There were also the Heaven Heart God Dynasty and the Wonkong God Dynasty, so there should not be fewer than the ancient Illumination God Dynasty. Thus, there were more than 2,000 disciples. It was a shocking number. This is interesting. Chunzong smiled. There was no difference in status between the inner and outer hall disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace. The main difference between the inner and outer hall disciples was whether they were natives of the ancient Illumination God Dynasty. The natives were naturally those who were born in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty. If they passed the strength test, they could enter the inner hall. However, outsiders had to go through a bloodline test and pass 2 tests before they could enter the outer hall. There were 2 concepts for outsiders. One was that Chunzong did not have any backing in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty, and it was the first time he had come from the outside world. The second was that after Chunzong had settled down here, he could bring Yunyinshin and Chunin in if he met certain conditions. Both of these were counted. In this way, after many years of accumulation, there were more disciples in the outer hall than in the inner hall. There were so many experts. Among them, there might be experts who were stronger than him. Chunzong thought to himself. However, if there were, how strong would they be? But thinking about it, if it was just purely wanting to be stronger than him, the possibility should be very small. For example, the martial god lord's strength was actually not bad, but what was truly powerful was his demon bloodline. However, was Wu Xinjun born with the demon bloodline? It might be, but it might not be. If it was, then Wu Xinjun's parents had the demon bloodline, and it was passed down. If it was not, then Wu Xinjun had used some means to integrate the demon bloodline. Either way, Wu Xinjun had the demon bloodline's great power. After activating the bloodline power, his strength would be greatly increased, and he would become even more powerful. How many people like Wu Xinjun were in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty or the 3 divine dynasties? Currently, there was no way to know. After all, the 3 divine dynasties had controlled the celestial epic fragment and the demonic epic fragment for many years. They had entered many times and gained many benefits. This was an advantage that outsiders could not compare with. Moreover, the cultivation environment here was better, and it was also incomparable to the outside world. While Chunzong was thinking, the formation was activated. It was Zhong Liu. However, Fei Jun did not come. He probably did not know about Zhong Liu's actions. Otherwise, according to the previous situation, if Fei Jun knew that Zhong Liu came to visit Chunzong, he would definitely follow. Brother Chun, you must be surprised by the power of ancient Illumination Palace. Zhong Liu's handsome face showed a confident smile. She seemed to be guessing, but there was also a certain tone in her voice. She was indeed a very intelligent person. It's really amazing. Chunzong smiled and replied without any hesitation. Compared to the outside world, it's much better. This is just a part of it. Zhong Liu said with a smile. Her status meant that she was able to learn more about the 3 divine dynasties, which was something that Chunzong could not compare to. Brother Chun, do you know that the outer palace and the inner palace are not compatible? Zhong Liu asked again. Chunzong was slightly surprised when he heard that, but he immediately understood. The inner palace was the natives of the divine dynasty, while the outer palace was the outsiders. It was normal for them to be incompatible. The inner palace disciples were born in the divine dynasty. They have the inheritance of the divine dynasty and the superior cultivation environment since they were young. They feel superior, so they look down on outsiders like us, Zhong Liu said with a smile. Chunzong nodded. He did not find it strange. Xenophobia was a very common phenomenon. No matter where it was, it would more or less exist. Sometimes the inner palace would even suppress the outer palace. Zhong Liu's eyes flickered as she said, in order to resist the suppression of the inner palace, We Outer Palace disciples joined forces to create the Innocence sect, Gili sect, and Tianxiang sect. Since we want to join forces to resist the Inner Palace, shouldn't we be completely united? Chen Zong asked with a smile. Brother Chen, you should know that people's hearts are unpredictable. Zhong Liu smiled. In the beginning, the Outer Palace disciples really joined forces as one. However, people's hearts are complicated. There will always be people who are unwilling to be under others, and there will always be people who do not get along with each other. Gradually, they separated and became the three sects today. Chen Zong smiled slightly. He was not surprised. He knew too many similar situations. People's hearts were the most complicated and the most difficult to grasp. Father and son who were related by blood turned against each other and became enemies. Brothers whose blood was thicker than water went their separate ways. Lovers who loved each other drew their swords against each other. There were too many examples. Brother Chun, you must be extraordinary to be able to catch the eye of Lord Di Jiao, Zhong Liu said with a smile. She and Fei Jun were able to get demigod Di Jiao's recommendation because of their families. They paid a certain price in exchange for demigod Di Jiao's recommendation. Chen Zong was obviously different from them. However, he could also get Di Jiao's recommendation, which meant that he was extraordinary. Zhong Liu's purpose of looking for Chen Zong was very clear. He wanted to recruit Chen Zong. I represent the Celestial Phenomenon sect to invite Brother Chen to join us, Zhong Liu said seriously. Let me think about it first. Chen Zong did not reject directly. Instead, he responded as such. As a newcomer, he only knew some basic information and rules. He did not know anything else. Of course, he would not act rashly. As for whether he would join the three sects of the Outer Palace, he would wait until he knew more about it. Zhong Liu was not disappointed. This was normal. Brother Chun, this is some information about the ancient Illumination Palace. I hope it will be helpful to you. Zhong Liu took out a green jade slip. It was a jade slip specially used to record information. Whether Brother Chun is willing to join the Celestial Phenomenon sect or not, I hope to become friends with Brother Chen. Thank you. Chen Zong took the jade slip. It was indeed useful to him. Goodbye. Zhong Liu did not mention anything about asking Chen Zong to think about joining the Celestial Phenomenon sect. This was because he thought that repeatedly reminding Chen Zong would only make him feel disgusted. It was better to be more sincere. The success rate would be higher. In fact, Zhong Liu did not know how strong Chen Zong was. He only felt that he was not bad. After all, those who could enter the ancient Illumination Palace were definitely not weak. Roping in one more person would increase their strength. It was not a bad thing. In fact, it might even be beneficial. The only difference was the magnitude of the benefits. However, many a little makes a mickle. He could not ignore the benefits just because the benefits were small. Chen Zong was a little surprised by Zhong Liu's actions. However, he also had a good impression of him. He was not a clingy person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Indeed, he could make friends with him. At the very least, they could be friends. Chapter 32:57. The reunion dinner is about to begin. Once again, I sincerely wish everyone a happy new year. Taihao Mountain had a newly refined incarnation, which could ensure that there was no need to worry. After all, in addition to his incarnation, there were also two powerful swordsmen, Celestial Swords and Celestial Swordmaster Wuju. In addition, although Nianxin's strength was not as strong as Celestial Swords and Celestial Swordmaster Wuju, her current strength was enough to be listed in the middle level of the real chaotic list. Sword Saint Wu Sha and Wang Yi were both true saint experts. As a result, there were often several true saint experts guarding Taihao Mountain. With such strength, unless it was an expert at the level of Martial God Lord, it would be difficult for anyone in the true saint realm to barge into Taihao Mountain. In terms of safety, Taihao Mountain was more stable than many forces. Among the forces without demigods, it was one of the best. Chen Zong felt that he would stay in the ancient Illumination Palace in the ancient Illumination God Dynasty for a long time. It might be a few years or a few decades. With the jade letter given by Zhong Liu, Chunzong learned more information. First, there were more detailed information in the ancient illumination palace. There were 300 disciples in the inner palace and 400 disciples in the outer palace. Each of them had the strength of the chaos realist. It was very shocking. However, there were differences in strength between those on the chaos real list. For example, there were 100 places on the chaos real list. The difference in strength between the first and the 100th place was like heaven and earth. Dozens of the 100th place on the chaos real list were no match for the first place on the chaos real list. Entering the ancient illumination palace was the first step. If one wanted to enter the celestial universe era fragment relic, the devil universe era fragment relic, or the giant universe era fragment relic, one had to compete. The identity of a disciple in the ancient illumination palace came in handy. Chunzong also learned that the ancient illumination god dynasty controlled the devil universe era fragment relic. The sky heart god dynasty controlled the celestial universe era fragment relic. As for the Wonkong god dynasty, they controlled the giant universe era fragment relic. In other words, it would be more difficult to enter the other universe era fragment relic. For example, if someone from the ancient god dynasty wanted to enter a celestial or giant universe era fragment ruin, it would be much more difficult than entering a demonic universe era fragment ruin. Even with the ancient god dynasty's control, it was not easy to enter the demon era fragment of the universe. Every once in a while, a group of people could enter, but they had to go through selection. Only those who passed the selection were qualified to enter. This was yet another level of difficulty. Looking at it now, Dizhou's conditions were really harsh. He wanted both the heaven soul and the devil soul. The devil soul was obtained from the devil era fragment, while the heavenly soul had to enter the celestial era fragment. However, since he had already agreed, Chunzong had no reason to go back on his word. Not to mention that he wouldn't violate his own principles. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do so. That was a demigod after all. Daring to go against a deal with a demigod? Do you think you're living too well and have lived too long? Unless he also broke through to the demigod level. No matter how difficult it was, he had to strive for it. Moreover, he also needed to enter the celestial era fragment and the demonic universe era fragment ruins to verify his deduction. However, he could enter the demonic universe era fragment ruins to give it a try. If it was feasible, then he would look for an opportunity to enter the celestial era fragment ruins. However, now, there was no such opportunity yet. He had to wait. Apart from waiting for the demonic universe era fragment ruins, there were other benefits to entering the ancient illumination hall. Every once in a while, a demigod expert would come to the ancient illumination hall to preach. As for the interval, it was not certain. It all depended on the demigod's mood. There might be a demigod coming to preach every few years, or it might be decades or even centuries. It all depended on the demigod's mood and willingness. No one could force it. However, being able to listen to a demigod's preaching was a great opportunity. Listening to it once would yield a lot of benefits. It would also be helpful to one's own cultivation. Especially those who entered the ancient illumination hall were usually talented. Even those who had cultivated to the limit of the true divine realm would be able to benefit from listening to a demigod's preaching. They could further sort out their own cultivation path and make it purer. When Chunzong found out about this, he was very surprised. A demigod expert's preaching? How shocking was that? Chunzong had never encountered one until now. Hence, he was looking forward to it. Other than the opportunity to compete for the demonic universe era fragment ruins and the opportunity to listen to a demigod's preaching, there were other benefits in the ancient illumination hall, such as the immemorial path, Thousand Kill Tower, Dao King Pillar, and Yuan's Secret Land. The immemorial path was a place to test the comprehension level of the great Tao of the disciples. It was like a test. In the end, it would be revealed based on the ranking. It would let one know what level one's comprehension of the great Tao was at in the entire ancient illumination hall. As for the Thousand Kill Tower, it was a place dedicated to fighting and killing. It could be used to hone one's combat skills. It could also be used to increase one's ranking, like the immemorial path. The Tao King Pillar was a giant monument with marks on it. They were Tao marks left behind by the palace disciples. The reason why it was called the Tao King Pillar was because not all palace disciples had the ability to leave Tao marks on it. It could be said that the palace disciples who were able to leave Tao marks on the Tao King Pillar were the very few who were at the top of the pyramid. The information recorded in the Jade Letter that Zhong Liu gave to Chun Zong mentioned that not everyone could listen to the demigod's preaching because the seats were limited. So, how could one obtain a seat? By relying on one's ability. If one's ranking was high in the Immemorial Path and Thousand Kill Tower and could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar, then no one would say anything about occupying a seat. If one's ranking wasn't high, then one could only fight to obtain a seat. As for the Yuan Secret Land, it was a very good opportunity. Once one entered the Yuan Secret Land, there was hope to further purify one's cultivation power. I wonder when the next demigod sermon and the Yuan Secret Land will be opened? Shenzong thought. The last demigod's preaching was 13 years ago. He could only wait for the next one. The last time the Yuan Secret Land opened was 15 years ago. If he was lucky, he might be able to attend the demigod's preaching while he was in the ancient illumination hall. But if he was unlucky, he might not even be able to come across it. This was something that couldn't be forced and could only depend on luck. As for the Yuan Secret Land, he should be able to encounter it. The Immemorial Path, Thousand Kill Tower, and Tao King Pillar are quite interesting. I should go and take a look. Shenzong thought and walked out of the secret palace. At his level, it was increasingly difficult to improve. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to make any progress, even after cultivating bitterly for many years. Then, some opportunities in the outside world were very important. Although they couldn't allow him to improve directly, they could give him inspiration and allow him to improve more or less. At the very least, it could increase his accumulation and strengthen his foundation. In addition, Chunzong also wanted to get a good ranking so that he could get a seat when the demigod's preaching came. First, he went to the Immemorial Path. The ancient illumination hall was actually very vast, and the entire ancient illumination hall had less than 1,000 members. Most of the time, the hall disciples were meditating and wouldn't move around casually unless there was something important. Along the way, Chunzong only met a few people who didn't know each other. However, Chunzong also noticed that among the few people he met, there were two who looked at him coldly, as if they were examining him. There seemed to be a trace of disdain in the depths of their eyes. They were the inner hall disciples. The difference between an inner hall disciple and an outer hall disciple couldn't be seen with the naked eye. One had to sense their aura. The aura of an inner hall disciple and an outer hall disciple was different. This aura was not their own aura, but the aura emitted by the ancient illumination hall disciples. The inner hall disciples had looked down on the outer hall disciples for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't have a good attitude when they saw an outer hall disciple. This was very normal. In the end, the outer hall disciples seemed to have come to compete with them for resources. It was as if an outsider had broken into their home and was trying to steal their wealth. It was a very unpleasant feeling. In the face of such a situation, no one would have a good attitude. This was one of the reasons for the discord. As for the second reason, it was just as Zhong Liu had said, they looked down on the outer hall disciples. It was like a rich person looking down on the poor outside. They had a natural sense of superiority. This sense of superiority came from all aspects, such as the environment they grew up in, the cultivation environment, the resources, the inheritance, the bloodline, and so on. However, under normal circumstances, although the inner hall disciples looked down on the outer hall disciples, they wouldn't directly attack them. Perhaps many years ago, when the ancient illumination hall had just accepted the outer hall disciples, there had been many life and death battles, but gradually rules had been formed. They weren't allowed to fight recklessly. If they really wanted to fight, they could. There was a special place for that. Outside the myriad ancient path, Chunzong activated the ancient illumination hall disciple token on his left hand. The door of the myriad ancient path reacted and immediately opened. This was a necessary verification for entering the myriad ancient path for the first time. In the future, it wouldn't be so troublesome. As soon as the door opened, strands of mysterious aura filled the air. The aura was extremely complex, as if it contained the mysteries of countless Daos. Just by standing outside the door, one could clearly sense it. Who knew how clear it would be once one stepped inside? Chunzong smiled. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a gust of wind suddenly rushed over. It was like a raging gale that directly rushed past him and into the door of the myriad ancient path. At the same time, a disdainful and cold voice sounded in Chunzong's ears. "Scram, you lowly outsider." Scum was a term that the inner hall disciples used to call the outer hall disciples. It was an insulting term that was still used to this day. Because the disciples of the inner palace were born in the divine dynasty, they enjoyed a superior cultivation environment and resources, as well as complete and excellent inheritances. Moreover, they often had pure bloodlines and stronger innate talents, which caused many inner palace disciples to discriminate against the disciples of the outer palace. As a result, even after so many years, there were still some extreme aboriginals who discriminated against the outsiders and still called them scum. Scum! Chunzong shook his head lightly and couldn't help but be slightly speechless. The discord between the outer palace and inner palace seemed to be even more serious than he'd imagined. However, Chunzong actually didn't have much interest in paying attention to such matters. The reason he'd entered this place wasn't for a dispute of opinion, and it was because he had more important things to do. Of course, if they really provoked him, they would have to bear the consequences. Chapter 3258. The everlasting path seemed to have no end. It went straight ahead, and the left and right sides seemed to be filled with darkness and nothingness. It also seemed to contain something that could not be seen through. The inner palace disciple who had just entered was long gone. Chunzong collected his thoughts and took a step forward, walking forward step by step. The everlasting path seemed to have sensed Chunzong's arrival. Sensing that Chunzong mainly cultivated the way of the sword, a sword pressure filled the air and directly pressed down on him. This was the everlasting path's way of testing a cultivator's mastery of the great path. It directly pressed down with the corresponding pressure of the great path. The cultivator faced the pressure of the great path and continued to move forward. How far they could go represented the level of their comprehension of the great path. It was very simple and direct. This sword pressure is so strong. Chunzong frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. Although he didn't know the extent of the pressure of the great path that the other people who entered here faced at the beginning, it shouldn't be too strong at the beginning. Instead, it should gradually increase as they move forward. Otherwise, how could anyone advance on the everlasting path? Although he did not know, Chunzong had a feeling that his sword pressure was a little too strong. It actually made him feel great pressure. Unbelievable. Chunzong took a second step and faced the tyrannical and invisible sword pressure. His expression was serious. Here, cultivation was of no help. No matter how much one's cultivation exploded, it was as if it did not exist. Only one's own way could resist the pressure of the great path of the everlasting path. Step by step, Chunzong could feel the sword pressure gradually increasing. When he stepped out 100 meters, Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He immediately felt the power of the sword pressure increase explosively. It felt like a mountain flood or a tsunami was erupting, and it was as if it was going to crush him. Too strong, too strong, too strong. Even taking a step forward became very difficult. How can this be? Chunzong's face was full of shock. For a moment, he could not understand. With his comprehension of the way of the sword, he should have been able to reach this point, right? What was going on? While resisting the impact of the tsunami-like sword pressure, Chunzong pondered and made various deductions. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared in front of them, quickly retreating from the depths of the everlasting path. When he saw Chunzong, His face was filled with disdain and disdain. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. You can't even step into the second stage of the everlasting path. I really don't know what right you have to come to the ancient illumination palace. Are you trying to embarrass yourself? The myriad ancient path was divided into sections of 100 meters, and the pressure of the great Tao in the next section would be much stronger than the previous one. It would directly increase explosively, and within the same section, the pressure would increase bit by bit. Shenzong ignored him and continued to ponder. Why is this happening? Could it be that my understanding of the Sword Tao is at a very low level in ancient illumination palace? Would that be the case? If this was the case, then what level of comprehension did the disciples have toward the Grand Tao? Shenzong dared not imagine. When the disciple saw that Shenzong was ignoring him, he was furious, but he did not dare to make a move. The ancient illumination palace had its own rules, and they were extremely strict. No one could violate them, especially in places like the myriad ancient path. Fighting was strictly forbidden, and the consequences were severe. Holding back his anger, the disciple's face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. He stared fiercely at Shenzong, as if he wanted to imprint Shenzong in the depths of his eyes. Shenzong did not care about how the disciple stared at him and how he left. He continued to ponder, try, and speculate. In the end, Shenzong gave up because of the pressure of the first stage. The sword pressure of the first stage was extremely strong, and the sword pressure of the second stage was more than twice as strong. It was like a tsunami crashing down. Its power was so shocking that Shenzong could not continue. For a moment, Shenzong fell into self-doubt. Could it be that the cultivation level of the ancient illumination palace was so much higher than the outside world? Shenzong acknowledged that the cultivation level of the outside world was not as good as the three divine dynasties, but it seemed impossible to say that it was much higher than the outside world. He felt that he had reached the limit of the true saint realm. Perhaps he could still improve further, but the extent of improvement would not be too great. Otherwise, he would not have to seek other methods to improve the level of the ancient godsword armor, increasing its power and increasing his own strength. Or could it be that the inheritances of the three divine dynasties were so much better than the outside world that the upper limit of the true saint realm was far higher than the outside world? If that was the case, it shocked Shenzong and made Shenzong feel indescribable excitement. This meant that he could comprehend even better inheritances. This was an extremely good thing. He was not afraid of the long road ahead, but of no road ahead. Thinking of this, Shenzong took a step back, and the terrifying sword pressure of the tsunami immediately weakened by half. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Shenzong quickly retreated, and the sword pressure became smaller and smaller. In the end, Shenzong left the eternal path. Next to the door of the eternal path was a stone tablet with names on it. From top to bottom, it represented the distance that these people had walked on the eternal path. Within the myriad ancient path, 100 meters was a section, and there were 10 sections in total. The might of the great Tao in each section was much stronger than the previous one, and it increased explosively. Thus, the further one went, the more difficult it was to advance, and the difficulty of crossing sections increased exponentially. The names on the Eternal Path stone tablet were the names of the current disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. Those who had left the ancient Illumination Palace lost their status as disciples and their palace disciple tokens. Their names would also disappear from the Eternal Path and Thousand Kills Tower. Only some ancient records would record their past achievements. Shenzong had not even stepped into the second section, so he naturally could not leave his name on the Eternal Path stone tablet. This was because those who could leave their name on it had at least reached the fifth section. The fifth section. Shenzong was secretly shocked. According to the situation he had encountered, the pressure of the Great Path at the fifth section was unimaginably strong. Just when he was about to step into the second section, it was already difficult for him to advance. Then what about the third section? He would be suppressed to the ground in an instant. As for the fifth section, wouldn't he be crushed in an instant? As for the higher 6th and 7th sections, it was unimaginable. As for the 10th section, Chunzong did not dare to think about it. At the very least, the person who was ranked first on the Eternal Path Stone Tablet was at the 7th section. The 1st to the 12th were all at the 7th section, but since there was a difference in ranking, it meant that there was a difference in the distance of the 7th section of the Eternal Path. After all, each section was 100 meters long. Chunzong stared at the 12 names with a grave expression. From their auras, he could tell that 8 of the 12 names were Inner Palace disciples and 4 were Outer Palace disciples. They could be considered the strongest 12 people in the entire ancient Illumination Hall. Zhong Liu's Jade Letter had mentioned that there were now 12 royal disciples in the ancient Illumination Hall. The so-called royal disciples was the abbreviation for Royal Palace disciples. There were 12 of them in total. Among the 700-plus palace disciples, the 12 were the strongest and most outstanding. 8 were Inner Palace disciples, and 4 were Outer Palace disciples. From this point, it could be seen that the Outer Palace disciples were not as strong as the Inner Palace disciples. The 12 royal disciples could be considered high and mighty existences in the ancient Illumination Hall. Of course, Chunzong did not have any concept of how strong the so-called extremely tyrannical was. However, looking at the immemorial Path Stone Tablet now, Chunzong felt as though he was about to suffocate. He could not even step into the 2nd section of the Eternal Path, but the 12 royal disciples were all at the 7th section. How big was the gap? Perhaps the truth of the Grand Tao was not the only thing that determined one's strength. The strength of one's strength was also related to other aspects. However, one could not deny that the degree of comprehension of the Grand Tao was directly related to one's strength. Strength. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh. There was a trace of excitement lingering in the depths of his heart. Traces of battle intent gradually grew stronger. It was a battle intent that came from the depths of his bones and bloodline. Chunzong had risen from the weak and had walked step by step from an ordinary person to where he was now. He did not know how many battles he had experienced. His battle intent had long become a brand that was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul and body. It was a wonderful feeling, a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Since he had entered the Eternal Path, Chunzong went to the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. He planned to test it out. The 1,000 Kills Pagoda wasn't very far from the Eternal Path. It didn't take long for Chunzong to arrive. The so-called 1,000 Kills Pagoda did indeed look like a tall pagoda. It was very simple and didn't seem to have any decorations. It was an ordinary black pagoda. However, Chunzong could still feel traces of an extraordinary aura quietly spreading out. There was also a stone stele below the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. This time, Chunzong looked at it first. There were also many names on the stone stele. They recorded the royal disciples of the inner and outer halls. The 1,000 Kills Pagoda corresponded to the Eternal Path. It was divided into 10 levels. Chunzong saw that the 12 royal disciples had all reached the 8th level. On the same level, there were naturally differences in strength. The 8th level. Chunzong muttered to himself, "I wonder what level I can reach." He had failed in the Eternal Path. Then what about the 1,000 Kills Pagoda? The 2nd level or the 3rd level? Chunzong didn't dare to overestimate himself. It was better to try first to find out. With a thought, he activated the Royal Disciple token on the back of his left hand. Immediately, a light lit up and enveloped Chunzong's body. He turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed into the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, entering the 1st level. On the 1st level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, the light was dim and the surroundings were empty. There seemed to be nothing except for Chunzong. In the next breath, a faint light circulated and a figure condensed out of thin air. It was as if it walked out of the dim void. It walked towards Chunzong step by step. A terrifying aura directly locked onto Chunzong. It was a shocking, killing intent. It was extremely dense and seemed to want to drown Chunzong. It was very strong. In an instant, Chunzong had a kind of enlightenment. If he wanted to challenge the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, he had to kill. It wasn't just fighting, but killing. He had to kill his way up level by level. Since that was the case, he would kill. A trace of decisiveness flashed in Chunzong's eyes. A sharp light shot out like a sword. He took a step forward and directly charged towards the figure. Both sides closed in on each other. The long saber tore through the air, and the sword light swept across. The saber and sword collided in an instant. A look of surprise appeared on Chunzong's face. This opponent's strength didn't seem to be very strong. He had used 70% of his strength in this sword strike and didn't use his ultimate move. Moreover, he felt that it was very easy. In other words, he didn't need to use 70% of his strength or even 30% of his strength to kill his opponent. Chapter 3259. Believe in the country, believe in the doctor, don't spread rumors, don't cause trouble, hope that the epidemic will be controlled as soon as possible, and hope that everyone can be healthy. On the third floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, a sword light flashed and a figure was cut in half. Immediately, Chunzong took a step forward and entered the fourth floor. Standing on the fourth floor, Chunzong revealed a trace of doubt before his opponent appeared. Compared to the Eternal Path, the difficulty of the Thousand Kills Pagoda seemed to be much lower. It didn't make sense. It was difficult for him to step into the second stage of the Eternal Path, so he guessed that he could only reach the second floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, or at most the third floor. But now, he had passed the third floor and entered the fourth floor. Moreover, it wasn't very difficult. On the contrary, it was somewhat easy. This made Chunzong surprised and puzzled. He couldn't help but speculate. Was the difficulty of the Thousand Kills Pagoda much lower than the Eternal Path? There were 10 floors of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, and each floor could be divided into 10 waves of strong enemies. The first wave was 1 person, the second wave was 2 people, and so on. The 10th wave was 10 people. The strength of the enemies on each floor was the same, but the pressure brought by the large number of enemies would increase dramatically. Simply put, the strength of the enemies on the first floor was at the level of those who had just entered the Chaos Real ranking. The second floor doubled, the third floor doubled again. According to this pattern, the strength of the enemies on the fourth floor would also double. As for whether it was true or not, he would soon know. It didn't take long for the first wave of enemies to appear on the fourth level. They exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent that was twice as strong as the killing intent on the third level. If an ordinary expert on the real chaotic ranking were to face such a killing intent, he would immediately tremble. It was too strong, too strong. But this kind of killing intent was nothing to Chunzong. When the opponent appeared, he didn't say a word and rushed over with a cold, killing intent. Chunzong drew his sword to meet the attack. From the first to the third floor, Chunzong only used the single heart sword technique, and he didn't use his full strength. With the first move, Chunzong probed the opponent's strength, and he still didn't need to use his full strength. Kill. Not long after, the second wave of enemies appeared. There were 2 strong, killing intents from the left and right, locking onto Chunzong. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. Soon, 10 strong enemies of the 10th wave appeared and joined forces to besiege Chunzong. None of the 10 strong enemies was a match for Chunzong alone, but when they joined forces, they brought a lot of pressure to Chunzong. However, it only added a little more pressure. In the end, they were defeated and killed by Chunzong one by one. The Thousand Kills Pagoda tested strength, combat experience, and techniques. Chunzong had experienced countless battles and had faced countless life and death battles, and even desperate situations, but he had survived them all. In terms of life and death experience, few people at the True Sage realm could compare to Chunzong. This was because the current True Saint realm, their birth and cultivation environment were far better than Chunzong's. At that time, he was a complete mortal. Stepping onto the 5th floor, Chunzong was even more confused. The Thousand Kills Pagoda shouldn't be so different from the Myriad Ancient Path. What was the mystery behind this? The opponent on the 5th floor was twice as strong as the opponent on the 4th floor, but Chunzong still passed. Next was the 6th floor, which was twice as strong as the 5th floor. It became even more terrifying, causing Chunzong to have no choice but to use 100% of his strength to use the single-hearted sword technique to defeat and kill his opponent. The 7th floor was even stronger. He could not pass it just by relying on the single-hearted sword technique. He had to use his ultimate move and rely on the power of his ultimate move to defeat and kill his opponent. Following that, Chunzong stepped onto the 8th floor. At this point, Chunzong's confusion deepened. Yes, in the current Illumination Ancient Hall, only the 12 royal disciples had reached the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, and he was the 13th. However, it was difficult for him to even step into the second stage of the Myriad Ancient Path. The opponent on the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda surged with killing intent like a tsunami. It attacked crazily as if it wanted to devour Chunzong. It was as violent as a stormy sea. It destroyed everything, drowned everything, and devoured everything. Compared to the opponent on the 7th floor, it was twice as powerful. The difference was very obvious. Chunzong's expression was solemn. On the 7th floor, he had to unleash 100% of his strength and use his ultimate move to pass, and it was not that easy. In that case, the difficulty of the 8th floor would increase drastically. Chunzong was not confident that he could pass it. However, before this, he had not activated the ancient Godsword armor. If he activated the ancient Godsword armor, his strength, speed, and defense would increase by 3 times, and his strength would also increase by several times. It would naturally be easier for him to pass the Thousand Kills Pagoda. The first wave of opponents from the 8th level rushed over, bringing with them terrifying killing intent akin to tsunamis. Their eyes were cold to the extreme as they shot out beams of light that seemed capable of tearing apart everything. This kind of killing intent almost caused Chunzong to suffocate. It was shockingly powerful. In an instant, the opponent's figure swayed and his spear trembled, piercing through the sky. It was a very simple spear move, but it was also a move that had the simplicity of the Great Tao. It was a spear that had returned to its original state. It had abandoned all magnificence and only retained its murderous nature. The killing intent contained in this spear was condensed to the extreme, causing Chunzong's eyes to narrow unconsciously as his heart trembled. He drew his sword. With a flash of sword light, Chunzong burst out with all his strength. The single-hearted sword technique seemed to have turned into a long river of sword light that surged forward. Every sword was extremely tyrannical, and the sword chi surged and the sword intent erupted, as if it could destroy everything. An intense battle ensued. After fighting a few times, Chunzong was sure that his opponent was very strong. He was not weaker than Celestial Swords and Celestial Sword King Wu Ju. Of course, he was still weaker than Chunzong. However, under normal circumstances, it would not be easy for him to defeat him. What if there were 2 of them? What if there were 3 of them? What if there were 10 ultimate sword gods? How terrifying would that be? What about the 9th floor? What about the highest 10th floor? What level of strength would those opponents have reached? It was unimaginable. It was no wonder that no one had passed through the 10th floor until now. In fact, there were very few people who had passed through the 9th floor since ancient times. In the current Ancient Illumination Palace, there was not a single person who had passed through the 9th floor, and the highest was the 8th floor. With a thought, Chunzong swung his sword across the sky, and with his superb swordsmanship, he repelled his opponent and controlled the rhythm of the battle. His killing intent filled the air and suppressed his opponent. Kill. After the first opponent was killed, his figure quickly dissipated. In less than 10 breaths of time, the second wave of opponents appeared. Surprisingly, there were 2 of them. As soon as they appeared, they carried extremely terrifying killing intent as they attacked from the left and right. This battle was more difficult, but Chunzong still passed through it. In the third wave, there were 3 opponents who were at the same level as the 5 ultimate sword god. It would be fine if they fought separately, but the three opponents joined forces and cooperated quite well. For a moment, Chunzong was under great pressure. Break out. After a tough battle, with superb swordsmanship and incomparably rich combat experience, he finally killed the three strong opponents one by one. In the fourth wave, four strong opponents attacked together, and that terrifying killing intent attacked. Chunzong's body trembled uncontrollably as he felt the pressure. A tough battle. Another round of tough battle. If it were not for the mixed Yuan Heart Force's fast recovery speed, Chunzong would not have been able to hold on. Defeated. Defeated. Chunzong could not help but let out a long breath, feeling a little tired. The fifth wave came, and the five strong opponents were even more terrifying. With all his strength, Chunzong defeated the five strong opponents one by one. In the sixth wave, after killing four strong opponents, he could not hold on anymore and was defeated. In fact, before he was defeated, Chunzong could have activated the ancient god sword armor, but on second thought, he suppressed this thought. There was no need to activate the ancient god sword armor for the time being. Anyway, there was more than one chance to challenge the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. As long as one was a disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace, they could challenge it at any time. After being defeated, his figure faded and he appeared outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. Immediately, the stone tablet under the 1,000 Kills Pagoda flickered with light as a new name appeared on the stone tablet. Fifth, the words Peerless Sword, Saint Chunzong, suddenly appeared in the fifth place. The original sixth place was pushed down to the sixth place, and the names after that were also pushed down by one place. Looking at his name listed in the fifth place, Chunzong raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The 12 royal disciples were publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Out of the 700-plus royal disciples in the ancient Illumination Palace, the 12 strongest were all peerless experts who had reached the 8th level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. As for himself, he had also reached the 8th level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, but he had been defeated in the 6th wave and was ranked 5th. In other words, the first four were either defeated in the 6th wave but killed one more strong opponent than him, or they passed the 6th wave and reached the 7th or even the 8th wave. As for which wave they reached, it was not clear. If I activate the ancient god sword armor, passing the 6th wave won't be a problem. Even the 7th wave won't be a problem. I think I can pass the 8th wave too. Chunzong speculated. However, it was hard to say if he could pass the 9th wave. As for whether he could pass the 10th wave, that was unknown. It was difficult for me to reach the second stage of the ancient path, but I reached the 8th level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda and am ranked 5th. Chunzong was even more puzzled. Where did it go wrong? Why was there such a difference? Logically speaking, based on his achievement of reaching the 8th level of the 1,000 Kills Pagoda and being ranked 5th, his achievement in the ancient path shouldn't be much worse. At the very least, he should be able to reach the 7th stage. But that wasn't the case. Why was that? With such doubts, Chunzong left the 1,000 Kills Pagoda and headed to the Tao King Pillar. He wanted to test it again to see if he could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar. The Tao King Pillar was a 100-meter-tall pillar that towered above the ground. It was as thick as a few people hugging it. There were marks on it. These marks were thick, thin, long, and short. Some were very deep, while some were shallow. There should be more than 100 of them. However, what caught Chunzong's attention was the 12 marks. Or rather, the aura of the 12 marks was very strong, far stronger than the other marks. The disciples of the 12 kings. The 12 powerful auras were left behind by the disciples of the 12 kings. As for the other marks, they were relatively weaker, but they were also quite powerful and contained different profundities. The Tao King Pillar was a very clear mark. Whether one could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar was a dividing line. Those who could leave a mark on the Tao King Pillar were considered top-notch, or even top-notch among the true saints of the entire divine dynasty. Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave a mark. Instead, he carefully observed the marks and felt the profundities contained within them. Chapter 3260. There were over 100 marks on the Tao King pillar. Their thickness, length, depth, and even shape were all different. There were traces of swords and sabers, spears, whips, fists, and palms, as well as kicks. Different marks contained different auras, as if they had existed for eternity. They contained completely different mysteries and fluctuations. Chunzong comprehended them one by one and comprehended some of their mysteries. However, it was only a few mysteries. It was very shallow, like peeking at a leopard through a tube. Chunzong did not want to comprehend more mysteries, but he could not. This was because when he wanted to comprehend them in depth, he encountered a resistance from the Tao King pillar. After simply sensing the auras of over 100 marks, Chunzong's expression turned solemn. His eyes were focused on the Tao King pillar. He leaped forward and unsheathed the heavenly will sword in an instant. Body and sword is one. Divine sword is one. Will and sword is one. The sword was suddenly unsheathed, bringing with it a dazzling sword light that seemed to steal all the light in the world. The sword intent was peerlessly sharp, cutting through everything. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Divine firmament. As the sword light resonated, it instantly struck the Tao King pillar. The Tao King pillar suddenly trembled, and the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. It transformed into a series of responses that surged out like waves and buzzed with the sound of waves. A long sword mark suddenly appeared on the Tao King pillar. It emitted a dazzling light, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Chunzong landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. He stared at the sword mark, secretly guessing that it should be able to leave a mark on the Tao King pillar. He just did not know what level it was. After 3 breaths, the sword mark seemed to be engraved on the Tao King pillar. It emitted a powerful fluctuation of sword intent that was not inferior to the auras of the 12 most powerful marks. Disciple of the 12 kings. The might of Chunzong's sword had also reached the level of the 12 kings' disciple. Chunzong was both surprised and felt that it was reasonable. The Tao King pillar's mark tested one's great Tao might. At the same time, it also tested one's cultivation base, level of strength, and so on. It wasn't as clear-cut as the Eternal Path and Thousand Slayer Pagoda. Instead, it was a comprehensive test that leaned towards the great Tao. Chunzong was able to reach the 8th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, so it was within his expectations that he would leave behind a mark on the Tao King pillar. However, it was also beyond his expectations that he would find it difficult to reach the 2nd section of the Eternal Path. Maybe it's because of the Eternal Path. Chunzong couldn't help but think about it again. Is it because of my cultivation path? Chunzong could not help guessing. His own path of cultivation was different from the orthodox path of cultivation. It was his own creation, and there was no other branch. First, he cultivated his inner world, then turned it into an inner universe. He did not need to comprehend the great Tao of the outside world, and he could nurture his own sword Tao. In this way, it would not have much to do with the Tao of the outside world. The Eternal Path's test of the true meaning of the great Tao was based on the cultivation path of this universe. It did not include his situation, so when he entered the test, the pressure of the great Tao he had to endure seemed abnormal. Looking at it all, it seemed that this was the only explanation that would work. Thinking of this, Chunzong couldn't tell what he was feeling. It was hard to describe. He couldn't help but shake his head in relief and reveal a carefree smile. He had already tried the Eternal Path, the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, and the Tao King Pillar. For the time being, there was no need to try a second time. Then, the next time was to cultivate in peace and properly comprehend. He would wait for the demigod's Tao preaching and the demon's cosmic era fragment ruins to open again. When Chunzong returned to his secret palace, someone noticed the change in the ranking on the 1,000 Kills Pagoda stone tablet and was immediately surprised. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong. He's ranked 5th. Who is he? Following this, someone else discovered that there was an extra Tao mark on the Tao King Pillar. An extra Tao mark was nothing special, and it was quite normal. However, that Tao mark's aura was much more powerful than the 12 Imperial Disciples' Tao marks, which was a big deal. What kind of existence were the 12 royal disciples? They were the most tyrannical 12 people in the entire ancient Illumination Palace. In the entire ancient Illumination God dynasty, they were considered to be at the top of all the true saints. Shock! The entire ancient Illumination Palace was shaken. An expert at the level of the 12 royal disciples had appeared. They had never seen him before. After some investigation, it was confirmed that he was a new Outer Palace disciple. Then, Zhong Liu came to visit again, bringing another person with him. Brother Chun, you hit it well. Zhong Liu's handsome face revealed a wry smile. Chunzong only smiled and did not respond. Zhong Liu did not say anything. After all, she had never asked and was just guessing. Moreover, she was not that familiar with Chunzong. Brother Chun, this is my uncle, Zhongli Gongming. He's also the sect master of the Tianxiang sect. Zhongli Yu introduced the middle-aged man she brought to Chunzong. This middle-aged man looked somewhat elegant. He stared at Chunzong with a casual smile. His clear eyes were deep, as if they contained endless mysteries. It was as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Hearing Zhongli Yu's introduction, Chunzong was a little surprised. Zhongli Gongming was the sect master of the Tianxiang sect, one of the 3 outer palace disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. At the same time, he was also one of the 12 royal disciples and was known as the Strangle Hell Fist Saint. One of the 12 royal disciples, the sect master of the Tianxiang sect, personally came to visit. This was indeed beyond Chunzong's expectations. But thinking about it, it was actually reasonable. It should be that the matter of him leaving his name on the 1,000 Kills Tower stone tablet and the Tao King pillar was known. That was a shocking achievement comparable to the 12 royal disciples. Then, the purpose of the sect master of the Tianxiang sect was very clear. Greetings, Brother Chun. Zhongli Gongming cupped his hands and smiled at Chunzong. I didn't expect Brother Chun to be so strong despite looking so young. This makes me sigh. My years of cultivation seem to be nothing. You flatter me. Chunzong smiled slightly. After a series of compliments that wouldn't be objectionable, Zhongli Gongming clearly stated his purpose of visit. Sure enough, it was to recruit Chunzong and invite Chunzong to join the Tianxiang sect. Of the 12 royal disciples, 8 were inner palace disciples and 4 were outer palace disciples. Among them, 3 of the sect masters were outer palace disciples. There was also an outer palace disciple who hadn't joined any of the sects. Jing Wushue's temperament is unsociable. He has always been a loner and has never participated in the disputes of the inner palace disciples, Zhongli Gongming said. Jing Wushue was one of the outer palace disciples. With Brother Chen's strength, you should be the new royal disciple. Our outer palace disciples have one more top combatant, Zhongli Gongming said with a smile. Generally speaking, he was the one speaking, while Chunzong mainly listened. Zhongli Gongming's speech was very rhythmic. His style of speech was quite good, and his knowledge was extraordinary. It made people feel that talking with him was quite interesting. Thank you for your attention, Brother Zhongli. However, my purpose of coming here is to obtain the opportunity to enter the demon-era fragment of the universe. I don't want to participate in any disputes. Chunzong said neither slowly nor quickly. I understand Brother Chen's meaning. However, sometimes you can't stay out of the disputes just because you don't want to. Zhongli Gongming maintained a faint smile and replied, Jing Wuxu also encountered a lot of troubles in the beginning and was troubled for a while. Moreover, the situation of the 12 royal disciples has been maintained for dozens of years. Brother Chen's arrival has broken this situation and the balance. For the outer palace, this is a good thing because the outer palace has become stronger. However, for the inner palace, it's not a good thing. Zhongli Gongming said truthfully. He was not exaggerating. The 8 royal disciples of the inner palace will definitely not sit by and do nothing. They will definitely target you. Brother Chen's strength is indeed great. However, you are alone and without help. Once you are targeted, you can only hide in the secret palace. It's very sullen. Even if you hide in the secret palace and don't come out, they will constantly target and harass you. Zhongli Gongming continued. The smile on his face was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. Back then, Jing Wuxue was forced to leave the ancient divine dynasty by the royal disciples of the inner palace. However, he broke through again at the last moment, and his strength increased explosively. He took the initiative to attack and defeated the royal disciples of the inner palace one after another. In the end, he was defeated by the first royal disciple. On the 1,000 Kills Pagoda's stele, Jing Wuxue was ranked second. On the Everlasting Path stele, he was also ranked second. Among the scars on the Tao King pillar, there was one that had a very strong aura. It was probably Jing Wuxue's Tao scar. Recalling the aura of that Tao scar, Chunzong's expression turned serious. That aura was very strong and extreme. It was a very terrifying Tao intent. It meant that the owner of this Tao intent cultivated an extreme Tao and was very strong. He was not someone to be trifled with. All of a sudden, Chunzong became more interested in Jing Wuxue. If possible, he wanted to see his strength and methods. Brother Chun, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Zhongli Gongming smiled again. Tianxiang sect's doors will always be open for you. If you're willing to join, your status will be the same as mine. Chunzong was a bit surprised. One had to admit that Zhongli Gongming's promise carried a lot of weight. Although Chunzong didn't necessarily need that status, Zhongli Gongming's words carried a lot of weight. After sending off Zhongli Gongming and Zhongli Yu, someone else immediately came to visit. It was the sect master of the House of Honesty. The sect master of the House of Honesty was a gloomy-looking person, and his tone was rather cold. His goal was also to recruit Chunzong, but his tone was not as polite as Zhongli Gongming's. It was rather oppressive. Chunzong rejected him directly. The sect master of Honesty left with an unhappy expression. Not long after, the sect master of Gui Li's sect came to visit. The sect master of Gui Li's sect was a big man. As soon as he entered, he laughed loudly. His voice was as loud as a bell. He looked very familiar and immediately called Chunzong brother. This was different from how Zhongli Gongming called Chunzong brother. It was very familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time and had even become sworn brothers. This made Chunzong feel very uncomfortable. The sect master of Gui Li's sect did all this to recruit Chunzong to join Gui Li's sect and strengthen the sect. Unfortunately, Chunzong refused again. In truth, out of the three of them, Zhongli Gongming gave Chunzong the best impression. If he really wanted to join one of the three sects, Tianxiang's sect was undoubtedly the most suitable. You're on your own. After being rejected by Chunzong, the sect master of Gui Li's sect snorted coldly and left unhappily. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.